Ready, Mike? Good afternoon, good evening. We will now call to order the work session of the Fairburn City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
The Honorable Anatavia M. Benson.
Present.
The Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Present.
The Honorable Fannie Mae Hauser.
Present.
The Honorable Shanita Nichols. The Honorable Samuel Perry.
Present.
And the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood is absent. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. First item, please.
First item is going to be the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority presentation. The City Administrator's Office.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are excited that we have two of our consultants from the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority with us this evening that are going to present an overview of the authority, its origins, its history, and where it is today. So Andrea and Laura, if you could please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Lovely to be before you all tonight. I'm Andrea Gray, and this is Laura Benz. And as Mr. Phillips mentioned, we are the co-project managers for the Middle Chattahoochee Regional and Water and Sewer Authority, and we're happy to be before you tonight to give an overview of the authority and the projects that it's worked on and where it is today. We've got a presentation for you tonight. We've got several topics to cover, and then we hope to have time to answer any questions that you might have. We're going to touch on the authority itself and its history, legislative milestones that are a part of that formation, and as we've worked through projects, intergovernmental agreements that are key to Fairburn's role in this authority and how it functions and will function in the future. Service delivery strategy, I'm sure that's a hot topic on y'all's mind currently, but it was a couple decades ago as well, so we'll hit on that. We'll talk about the project history of the reservoir and the direct withdrawal project. And then we'll also talk about the efforts to pursue funding and what assets the authority currently owns and what mitigation credits it owns as well. Jumping into who is the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority, quite a mouthful, but not as much of a mouthful as the original name. So in 2000, legislation was passed to create the South Fulton Municipal Regional Water and Sewer Authority. As you know, when the city of South Fulton was formed, the authority, there was some confusion about the relationship between the authority and that new city. And so new legislation was passed to create a name change to be the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority. The board consists of 7 members, the mayor from each of the 3 cities, an elected official or a citizen of each of the 3 cities. So each city has 2 members. And then there's a 7th member that is supposed to be appointed by or suggested to be appointed by the state representatives of the 3 cities. Traditionally, that 7th member has rotated between the cities, although in checking the legislation, Mayor, that there is no set requirement that it rotate between the cities, but that has been the practice. So for a good while, Palmetto was appointing that 3rd seat. Currently, the 3rd seat is held by Fairburn. So as you know, Tony Phillips is our chairman. Mayor Hattie Portis Jones serves on our board, and Ms. Jamila Chris is on our board as well. So we now have 3 members from Fairburn, but that could rotate out. That member serves a 2-year term. The authority was formed originally to take a regional approach to water supply. The 3 cities came together and thought they can do more together than they could do alone. At that time, the state of Georgia was also promoting regional approaches to water supply projects, and they were also supporting reservoir projects. And so that was the basis or formation for this authority, in addition to a desire amongst these cities to have an independent water supply. Fairburn and Union City both buy their water from the city of Atlanta. There has been historically and maybe currently challenges related to that relationship and the actual infrastructure. And so even as far back as 1999 when these discussions started, that was one of the impetuses for creating this authority. One of the key things the authority first did right out the gate in 2003, they issued bonds in the amount of $41,630,000. Those were revenue bonds. Those were for the purposes of developing a project. Just to be honest, it was a little bit unusual to do that because the authority didn't have a permit to build a project. They didn't have quite all the engineering done for a project. But nonetheless, again, never seen this before in my career, been doing this for over 20 years, but that's what they did. They took out that bond. The money has been put to good use for land acquisition associated with the reservoir property and mitigation credits. It was put to use to pay for the capitalized interest. So that is money that you use the money you borrowed to pay the money you owe, which is good in the moment, but not good at the end of the day. And then it's also been used to pay for the project-specific studies that were necessary to be able to get the permits that you do have. Part of the revenue bonds and how it's tied together is a 2003 intergovernmental agreement between the three cities. This agreement says that the three cities are going to repay these bonds, and the amount they pay is based on their water usage. And that varies, and it has varied historically. And that amount is calculated by the cities, it's turned into the authority, and then the amounts due are then determined. So I guess just today I was looking at, what does Fairburn use today compared to the other two cities? So Union City uses about 55% of the water, 30% is attributed to Fairburn, and then Palmetto is only 15%. So it kind of tracks with your populations and your proximity to Atlanta. But the 2003 IGA also says that once the authority has an operational project, then the three cities will only buy their water from the authority as their wholesale source. So that's very important. That was important for backing the bonds. That's important for obtaining the permits, is that the cities are all in on the project that the authority produces. This agreement is a 50-year agreement that will go until 2053. And again, this is really the glue that holds the authority together is this agreement. The key things that, Fairburn has committed to in this is the cost sharing and the payback of the bonds, and again, to purchase water from the authority once it has an operational project. So again, this was how the cities memorialized how they would be partners, how they would obtain water supply, and how it would be paid for. Service delivery strategy. Hot topic today, hot topic 20 years ago, hot topic every 10 years when it's supposed to be amended. So as you know, I think the last service delivery strategy adopted for Fulton County was 1999, which has created a slew of challenges over the year, and particularly challenges for this project because the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority did not exist in 1999. And so because it's not listed in the service delivery strategy, we had a hard time in the early days trying to obtain permits because we weren't listed. And we had an even harder time with the city of Atlanta because the city did not want to relinquish its service area over Union City and Fairburn. And there were many years, many contentious letters, attorney general opinions. Atlanta put up a real roadblock for this project until in 2012 when an agreement was reached. There was a letter agreement reached which stated that Atlanta could keep its retail customers that were in the cities. It has a smattering of retail customers, but then the cities had control over their existing municipal limits as of 2012. So we reached an agreement finally that we could control our own destiny, but we couldn't take away Atlanta's existing customers. So that was the truce that we reached and what we needed to be able to move the project forward. So initially, the authority started with pursuing a reservoir project. At the time, that's what EPD said, that the authority must do a reservoir project because there wasn't enough water in the Chattahoochee River to meet your needs. And so we identified the Bear Creek Reservoir, which is 440 acres. It would have yielded 16.44 million gallons per day, which was your projected need at that time. It's located in Chattahoochee Hills, about a half a mile off the Chattahoochee River. Got a small depiction of it here. Of course, the blue area is the reservoir, and then the yellow areas are the infrastructure, the dam, water treatment plant, and the pump station that would be on the Chattahoochee River. The reservoir is a pump diversion, meaning that you would have had to pump water out of the Chattahoochee River into the reservoir to keep it full for your long-term water supply needs and to mitigate against any drought conditions for it. So water supply need. Water supply projects take a very long time to permit, to plan, build, and they're extremely expensive. And so the planning horizon is 50 years. You wouldn't want it to be 5, you wouldn't want it to be 10. A project of this magnitude, you look out a full 50 years. So who determines what your need is? Well, Georgia EPD determines what your need is, and they will issue a letter certifying what it is based on your population projections, your per capita water usage, and the time horizon that you're planning over. It takes a great bit of time to work through that with EPD, and it did here because it's not a normal project because we were dealing with the city of Atlanta. And so we had to quantify how many customers were in the city of Atlanta so we could deduct that from your long-term needs. Atlanta was not forthcoming with the information we asked, and so we had to do kind of a forensic back end, and we had to look at utility bills from citizens in your cities that weren't receiving water but were receiving some other city service to figure out who wasn't getting water from us but from Atlanta. It was quite the process, but at the end of the day, in 2017, we did get a need certification for 13.25 MGD. That's projecting that the 3 cities' collective population would be 131,700 people by 2065.
Laura, if you don't mind, when there's an acronym, could you just tell us what the acronym stands for?
Sure, yes. So I think I've said at least one, which would be
Okay.
Georgia EPD, and that's Georgia Environmental Protection Division. This is a little chart showing kind of the progression of the reservoir project and the efforts that were put into it. There was a significant amount of planning. All the site studies were complete, cultural resources, stream and wetland delineations. Significant work was put in with the Corps of Engineers and with Georgia EPD to work through the permitting process. We did file a 404 permit application and began coordinating through that. We secured all the stream and wetland mitigation that would have been needed for the reservoir project and pursued funding, and were successful, and Laura will go through that more in a few minutes. But currently, we withdrew the 404 permit application for the reservoir project.
What
because
is that? 404 permit, what is that?
Sure, it's a permit that you get through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that allows you to impact streams and wetlands to build your project. When you impact streams and wetlands, you also have to obtain mitigation to offset that. So mitigation being you have to fix streams and fix wetlands to mitigate for the ones that you're impacting.
So Mayor, just as a reference, it's section 404 of the Clean Water Act.
Ah,
Clean water, okay, that's,
When you hear like section 402, that's your NPDES.
okay.
Sorry, it's section 404 of the Clean Water Act.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yes.
that works.
Yes, yes. So I mentioned that the 404 permit was withdrawn, and that is because there was a major change to federal regulations in 2017. In 2017, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers reworked its manual for how it operates the Chattahoochee water system. And that's how it operates Lake Lanier and how much water is released from Lake Lanier down the Chattahoochee River, which in turn impacts how much water these communities have to drink. So prior to 2017, the policy was that there wouldn't be enough water in the river to serve Fulton County, and so we needed to figure something else out. We needed to build a reservoir. Well, in 2017, they changed the plan and said, we're going to release enough water down the Chattahoochee River to meet the needs of all of Fulton County for the next 50 years. That's a huge change. Under the 404 permitting process, in order to get a permit, you have to prove that the project you're presenting is the least environmentally damaging, so it has the least amount of streams and wetlands impacted project. And so when you compare a reservoir, which inundates, thousands of feet of stream and hundreds of acres of wetlands, versus a direct withdrawal from the Chattahoochee River, which has minimal impact, when the Corps of Engineers weighs those, you just can't build a reservoir anymore. You don't meet federal regulations. And so in 2017, Laura and I had to tell the authority, it's time to pivot. We've got to make a major change here. We can't keep pursuing a reservoir because we're not going to get the permit. So we pursued the permit. We filed it less than a year after getting the news about the federal regulation change. We had to do extensive water quality studies in the Chattahoochee River. We needed to make sure that we could drink the water, which we could. It is treatable. We had to do studies on water quantity in the Chattahoochee River. Would there be enough water at the point in the river where we would withdraw it for these cities? And in order to do that, we had to do fishery studies. We had people floating down the river surveying. We have, done extensive studies on fish habitat to satisfy all the federal regulations that we were not going to negatively impact the river. We were able to negotiate with EPD on an alternate stream flow to make sure there would be enough water in the river to serve these 3 cities. Ultimately, we received the permit in July of 2020, so we're coming up on our 6-year anniversary. It is a 10-year permit, but it can be renewed. It is for 11.4 max day million gallons per day. So the direct withdrawal project, the pivot, is for a direct withdrawal of 13.25 million gallons per day of reserve capacity in the Chattahoochee River. Your permit is for less, but that's because they were looking at a 10-year basis. But we have the 13.25 available for us in the river as we need it over time. The plan for the direct withdrawal was a phased approach. You would first build a 6 million gallon a day water treatment plant with the ability to expand it in the future, and that is a way to make it more affordable over time. The components of the project are an intake on the Chattahoochee River, which is a pump to pump the water out of the river, and then there's a pipeline from the river pump to the water treatment plant. It goes in the plant, it's cleaned, it's ready to be, it's potable water, and then it's distributed out through transmission mains, 17.4 miles of those. That's one of the most expensive components of the project. But the transmission mains would take the water to a point in each city, and then each city then takes that water and serves its own customers. So the authority is a wholesale supplier, kind of like Atlanta is to you now, and then the 3 cities remain their own retail supplier of the water. In addition to the system, there was a proposed elevated water tank to help with pressure variations between the 3 cities. And with that, Laura's going to jump into post-permit activities.
Make sure I get in front of this microphone so I don't get fussed at again. All right, so going on since we received the permit in 2020, immediately the authority went and they hired Krebs Engineering. They went ahead and started to do the preliminary engineering report. That was coordinated with EPD and approved shortly thereafter in, I believe it was October of 2021. We also coordinated, you are required in accordance with the terms of your permit to maintain and install a USGS gauge, which then is essentially populated to the website. You can go to the USGS gauge station right now and see exactly what the flow is in the Chattahoochee River. That's to make sure that when this does become operational, you know when you have the restrictions in the river and when you can be taking water and when you cannot be taking water. Also, right after about that time, after the PER was approved, the authority made the decision. They'd been using contract engineers. They decided to go to an owner's engineer model and to hire Grisham Smith Partners, and they were supposed to go ahead and update the cost estimates, as well as then they would be doing any of the scopes for any additional engineering work. when they did that updated estimate, the project essentially became cost prohibitive, and everybody decided to pause the project and kind of relook and see what else could happen. Should we be having partnerships with Coweta? Should we be looking at Atlanta again to just see how it was in the best financial interest of the authority to make sure that water was provided? And so at that time, we met with Atlanta as well as Coweta County to talk about different ways that we could partner, whether it was a purchase of water or whether either of those entities wanted to become involved with the project. Just different types of scenarios to hopefully help cost as well as then make sure water was being delivered to these 3 cities. The other thing is in 2025, we also really kind of branched out and said, are there other water providers within this area that would be interested in being a partner into this project? So they're in close enough proximity to where if we increase the yield of the project a little bit, again, referencing what Andrea talked about, that EPD need. So you'd have to have additional need from another entity to increase what you would be permitted to take from the Chattahoochee. And so we had conversations with Carroll County, Douglas County, Coweta County. We met with data center developers that had said they would be willing to help with the costs before data center was a dirty word. And so those kind of conversations, and then also representatives of Fulton County Development Authority, they had reached out and we had several conversations with them as far as potential county interest. And so at that point, everybody was interested, but nobody was willing to pull the trigger at the time. So in keeping with the financing, right, because this really, the linchpin of this project really became the finances. How are we going to afford it? How are we going to be able to get it done? Did we need to have other project partners? Or was there, grant money or other things that could be invested? As Andrea said, that 41.63 revenue bond was issued in the beginning. That was done prior to them having a permit or having anything to kind of move forward on. And then we started applying for competitive governor's water supply funds, GFA funds. In 2013, we got a GFA award. And then in 2021, we applied for a $25 million GFA award, had verbally been told that we were going to be getting it, as well as at that time, it was before GFA amended their rules. It was going to be an additional $25 million a year. That was the rules at that time. However, we were not able to provide all of the necessary underwriting materials. One of the member cities had not been up to date on their audits.
Not Fairburn.
It was not Fairburn. Fairburn was very up to date and ready to go.
Really?
But one of the member cities did not have their financial audits done, so therefore we could not satisfy underwriting requirements. And so we pushed and delayed and kind of strung it out as long as possible. But after about 8 to 10 months, it became where GFA was kind of like, where is your stuff? And obviously we weren't able to provide that. And so we withdrew that request at that time. Shortly thereafter, they changed the rules to where now you're not eligible for $25 million. It's lower cost. I believe it's 10 now under that particular program. And so we had also, I do want to give a shout out quick to our senators in Georgia, specifically Senator Ossoff. He helped this authority and has always been willing to put together groups of the various agencies in a room and facilitate trying to get funds, whether those be grant funds, whether those be, budget earmarks, those sorts of things. And so his office had consistently said, please, when you guys are ready, when you have your audits done, when everybody has their audits done, please give us a call and we'll get everybody in a room again and we'll see what funding is available at that time. So a lot of what Andrea and I are going to be telling you about is we have been hampered by that one project partner not having their audits done to help facilitate that underwriting process. So as everybody knows, when they were doing the COVID relief funds, we all know that the 2 projects that most of the funds went to, Rivian and Hyundai. And so unfortunately, we weren't selling cars, and so we did not get any of that money. But as I said before, Senator Ossoff has said on numerous occasions, please call us as soon as you're ready, and they'll help get everybody in a room and see what could be done. So this particular graphic we put up just because you see the water withdrawal permit, and a lot of times people just don't understand all of the historical references and things that have happened. Building a little bit more onto what Andrea covered with the coordination with Atlanta, is it was a knockdown drag out for about 5 years, where even EPD was very frustrated and saying, why won't they just give us the information? And they wouldn't. I mean, they would even make requests and say, Atlanta, you need to provide this information in the next 30 days, and they wouldn't receive anything. So Atlanta was being non-responsive to EPD as well. And in the interest of not overstepping their authority, they were just very hesitant. EPD wanted to make sure they weren't allocating water resources to multiple entities to serve the same population. So once we were able to get through that and get that needs study, then that's when it was finally able to be issued. So moving on to just kind of what we have. Obviously, you have the EPD issue direct withdrawal permit. The reservoir permit has been withdrawn. However, I also want to let you guys know that in about 2010, 2011, we were in the process of drafting what we refer to as the case document. So under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, because it's a federal project, you have to comply with NEPA, which is your National Environmental Policy Act, which means you look at what are all the impacts, the cumulative impacts of the project. We had actually completed a draft NEPA document, and the only thing that we were waiting on was the EPD needs certification letter. So I know people say, well, what's been going on? There have been a lot of times for this particular body where they have been extremely close at obtaining that goal, and there'd been one thing that had been kind of out of reach. And so for the authority at that time, it was the need certification. And that was that battle with Atlanta to finally get you to where you had that need certification. So as far as the reservoir land, the authority owns the actual pool of the reservoir. They own a buffer around the reservoir. They own several mitigation sites. You own all of the land as far as 1 acre right there at the river, as well as the treatment plant. And so there is pretty extensive land holdings as well. And then you have all of your studies that have been done. And that's everything that's been done on the Chattahoochee, your water studies, your population studies, all of that to just kind of show how well this has been thought out. So two of the other assets that we'll talk about that we've mentioned before is at the time when you all partnered with Palmetto and Union City, Palmetto's had their own water treatment plant. They still have their own water treatment plant. To address the bond situation, the authority purchased the Palmetto water treatment plant, and it leases it back to Palmetto. The water permit specifically requires that upon the completion, construction, and eventual operation of the water treatment plant at Bear Creek, that this water treatment plant would be decommissioned. So the idea is that this would not be a continuing resource, that it would be decommissioned. So it has not had the necessary upgrades. It's kind of, I believe they've described it as hobbling along on like duct tape and some other things. It's still meeting obviously all the regulatory requirements, but has not been upgraded to reach additional capacity or anything, just because all of the permits require that this be decommissioned. You also have your USGS gauge that has been operational since 2021. So when people start talking about other assets, and this might be a little bit more ambiguous for folks that aren't familiar with the Clean Water Act 404 process. So when we talk about wetland and stream mitigation, at the time when this project started, we had something called permittee site responsible mitigation. So that was where an entity, most of the time governments, would go out and buy a piece of property that had been farmed, had essentially ditch straight lines where a stream normally would have that sinuosity in it. And you would go ahead and put that sinuosity back in. You'd raise the stream so it wasn't as entrenched. And so that way you could have overflow events that would then make the banks wet, provide additional vegetation, different types of habitats, things like that. And so this authority purchased sites to do that work, because if you do it yourself, you're not paying retail rates. You're essentially paying wholesale rates. In the interim of all of this coordination, those rules changed. So at the time of the reservoir, you were allowed to do that. You would have been grandfathered, right? So we were able to take some of those sites and sell them to what we refer to as bankers, right? The guys that do the commercial work now. And one of the sites, they've taken that site, they've made it into an approved bank, And so by doing that, when we sold them that site, we sold them the land, but part of what we negotiated was a royalty. So as they get credits, and as they sell those credits, you get a certain percentage, or the authority gets a certain percentage of a royalty. For the credits, the large amount of credits that we had purchased at a much more advantageous price, we went ahead and entered into a contract with that particular banker to sell them back the credits, where they pay us the price we paid, which was $18.50 a credit, and then we get a royalty of 10% on whatever they sell. Now, we have to wait because it's based on a time lapse situation, right? So you don't get all your credits at first. You get only a certain number of credits per year or when you meet those success criteria. But to explain to you, to just give you a little idea about how advantageous that is to give this authority more money, you purchase those credits for $18.50 a credit. Right now, those same credits are selling for $300. So you're getting your money back plus a $30 bump every single time. So it's becoming something for the authority to actually make a little bit of money on. Now you have to wait until they get sold, so there's a time delay in some of these. But that has been helpful to help generate revenue. Oh, and one thing, just so you say, why don't we sell them for $300? We can't sell them. So the way that the banking instruments work with the Army Corps of Engineers, it is a specific agreement or a specific document with that bank sponsor. So you cannot sell them if you want to sell them on the open market. You cannot do that unless you are the bank sponsor. So your only option is to sell them back. And we were at a period in time where you still had some ability to negotiate with the bankers, and we were able to negotiate those royalties. Bankers now know their position and aren't going to allow you to have that royalty. It's just going to say, okay, I'll buy it back at what you paid. All right, so as Andrew was talking about, we have the GFA grant applications that were put together. We had the federal funding applications or opportunities that we talked with the various organizations. For instance, Palmetto, given its size, it is applicable or it's able to get USDA funding. A lot of times, oh, pardon me?
USDA,
Yes.
Department of Agriculture.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I was like, are you going to say it or am I going to say it? Okay. So the Department of Agriculture, because of the size, they have a lot of programs which it's loan forgiveness, right? So that would only be attributable to Palmetto's portion. Like we could do this as a group as far as all three cities, but the amount of money that would be eligible would just be Palmetto's portion. So as Andrew was saying, they're 15%. We could get up to 15% of the project through USDA, right? And then revenue bond capacity, we've had a lot of different conversations about what each city, their bond capacity is, and then what are other ways that you could increase the potential bonds. We've had bond revenue. We've also had conversations about potential adoption of a mill or something else to help offset costs, to help do the authority project. And then we've also started having conversations with where are our local sister jurisdictions and are they interested? We know that most folks in South Fulton area region are having water difficulties. Atlanta's having a very difficult time getting the pressures down here. It has not been known to be very forthcoming on transmitting information if there are difficulties or boiling water advisories. I know in the past, a lot of folks have been getting calls from their residents saying, why don't I have pressure? And then it's the cities making those calls to then realize, well, wait, we're having some sort of issue that we need to be telling our citizens about. So the question is there some potential agreement with Coweta, South Fulton, Chattahoochee Hills, or Fayette or other types of areas to see who exactly would be interested in that. ARC and the Metro District are very encouraging about regional ideas and expanding what type of interconnectivity that we have. So those discussions have been ongoing. So the thing that made everybody's heart stop, right, was when we had the original project was forecasted at $65 million in 2017. When they started, those numbers were redone, it jumped up to 118, and then it was relooked at just using inflation at about 160. So that's why everybody paused and said, all right, what else can we do and who else can we bring into the picture to see if we can share those types of costs? So as we've said, you have all the required infrastructure, or you have the property for the required infrastructure at the river. You have all the necessary permits to actually start the project at the river. You're meeting all your drought contingency requirements to show that you've been a good steward. The question is just, how do we go ahead and get this project going or something else similar to meet your near-term water supplies? So for Fairburn, obviously, as a member of the authority, you've invested a substantial amount of financial resources in this project. We do have a lot of the necessary elements to bring this project to fruition. It would provide resilient water supply. If we had gone ahead and started the project, you received your permit, the authority received their permit several years prior to Coweta County. You could have been the one standing on the banks of the river saying, we're the first water withdrawal in 100 years on the Chattahoochee River, right? Unfortunately, Coweta was just in a better financial place to be able to execute that at the time. But this is a tremendous resource, and even when we talked to the city of Atlanta and they found out you had a permit, it was very much interest. The permit is a huge resource. That is your straw into the river, and it is your ability to supply water to this area. Are there any questions right now?
Before I allow questions,
Yes,
a
ma'am.
couple things. Could you just talk about the authority, what that means relative to our powers as a city to make things happen? I mean, we're here at this body, we make decisions about what happens for the city of Fairburn. But for the authority, we are one of three, which is a separate entity. Could you just explain that? What authority means, and what are the legal requirements
Sure.
regarding that?
So
Yes.
the authority is an independent body that was created by the Georgia legislature, right? So it's its own standalone body. Fairburn's influence over that is your ability to appoint two people to sit on that board, one being the mayor by right, the mayor has to serve, and then the second being, a citizen, an employee, another elected official from the city. So that is your influence. That's how you influence what's happening on the authority. But yes, I mean, it's a 7-member board. Each member city gets 2 appointees, and then the 7th member floats. So right now, the 7th member has floated to Fairburn, so you have 1 extra vote. But otherwise, the votes are equal across the board.
Okay. And then secondly, Tony is the chair of the authority, and could you just talk about the regionalization idea and the up-and-coming event, and that there will be more opportunities for you to be engaged and to get further understanding about this, because this is a very complicated 20-plus-year-old project that, and the rules of the game keep changing, but it keeps costing us money. So, Tony, please talk about direction and also our membership, meaning the City of Fairburn's membership.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, I have been on the Water Authority since 2022, and I've learned a lot in that time. This authority has been around 26 years, and a lot has transpired. But to get to the most important point, what I've learned and what the consensus of the board right now, the Water Authority is that this is truly a regional issue. It started out with the Georgia State Legislature empowering the authority for Union City, Fairburn, and Palmetto. But dynamics have changed over that period of time. Water is an essential resource. It's not if. We all must have water. And the challenge has become that the sources of water and the infrastructure, which is aging regionally, are challenged to continue providing water for the future. You heard both Andrea and Laura explained earlier that you plan for water in 50-year increments. We shouldn't be thinking about water 5 years from now. We need to be thinking about water for our grandkids and what that's going to look like. So that $160 million price tag that you saw, our 3 cities can't do that financially, $160 million. The analogy I would give you is, back in the day, you used to have sleeper sofas and they're real heavy to move. Well, if one person tried to move it, probably couldn't do it. If 4 of us pick it up, it's doable. It works the same way with regional water supply. We need to be talking to people in the region because we all share the same need and the same challenge. We engaged with the Atlanta Regional Commissioner and Danny Johnson, who is head of their environmental division and also works with the North Georgia Regional Water Commission, which he's the chairman. He's a subject matter expert. He came down, talked to the authority, explained that this really is a regional issue. We also invited him to a recent South Fulton Municipal Association meeting where he spoke to mayors and council members from around South Fulton. I think the mayor would agree that the consensus of that presentation is that most of the elected officials in the room felt like, why are we not talking about this? And we need to be discussing it further. So based on that feedback and the consensus of the board, we came up with an idea, because we're all headed to Savannah. Well, many of us are headed to Savannah the next week. And it's the one opportunity during the year when you have a huge collection of regional stakeholders all in one place. And so working with the Georgia Municipal Association, I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Vince Williams, a past president of GMA. They added us to their agenda for the week. So we are going to host, the Water Authority is going to host a Metro Policy Roundtable to discuss water policy for anyone in the region who wants to attend. It's going to be Monday while we're at GMA at 4:30. We invite all of you to be there. There'll be elected officials, utilities, folks from all over the region. And the purpose of that policy roundtable is not to fix it. It's to make sure that we all agree that we should be having a regional discussion. And if there's consensus to do that, our goal is to host a water policy summit within the next 6 months, where we would have folks from all over the region. And by the way, this is not just our 3 cities. Let me be clear. When I say region, you've heard Coweta. You've heard Fayette County. We've got an agreement with Fayette County for water supply. City of Atlanta has aging infrastructure. Chattahoochee Hills. It goes beyond our 3 cities. And so our goal is to make this a regional conversation and to be the point to start that dialogue, because we believe $160 million, if everybody's in the process, is clearly doable. I won't go into details. I was talking to one regional stakeholder several years ago, mentioned the $160 million figure, and the response I got was, is that all? Wow. Well, that depends on who you are. It might, right? My point in sharing that with you is this is a doable project. And keep in mind, 50 years from now is what we're planning for. That's what you have to keep in mind. It's a long-term process. And so if we do this well, that permit that they talked about is highly valuable. It's one of the reasons people are going to come and talk and discuss this, is because it's difficult, as you just heard, to get a permit to withdraw water from the Chattahoochee. Why? Because it's the sole source of water for this entire region. Well, one of. You also have the Flint and some others. But it's one of the primary sole sources of water. So the EPD doesn't hand those out very often. So it's a tremendous resource that will allow us to hopefully engage this regional dialogue, get more stakeholders who also have the same issues that Fairburn, Union City, Palmetto, Atlanta, and everybody else is dealing with, to come up with a collaborative solution so that we will be able to build a treatment facility that will supply water for our area and possibly other areas as well, and then know that 50 years from now, there'll be clean, reasonable drinking water for everyone in the region.
And I will say, you will get a flyer regarding that roundtable discussion on Monday. We'll send that out. And then the second thing I will say is we are currently in discussions countywide on service delivery. So, again, you said 1999 was the last time there was, right? Well, we're still challenged with getting service delivery strategies and agreements with Atlanta as we speak. But there have been some state law changes that is kind of encouraging, if you will, us to come to an agreement, but that remains to be seen. But we are under a very tight deadline to make that happen. So I just wanted to let you know that that's happening simultaneously. But the point is, we're dependent upon Atlanta for water. And Atlanta is, they hold all the cards. And so we've got to make this happen. But we can't afford this. And every second, the cost is increasing. 160 million is probably another 5 added to that already. Just one quick thing, Tony, go ahead, and then I want to allow questions. But please, make note of your questions in case we run out of time, because we'll have a chance to have an in-depth discussion at the roundtable, as well as we will invite our consultants back to do some more in-depth analysis. But I wanted you guys to hear about this before you go to Savannah. Yes, so, okay, please.
thing-
What were you going to say?
Oh, this is a time-sensitive issue. The aging infrastructure I referenced earlier is impacting all cities today. It affects things like water pressure. So all of us still get water when we turn our sinks on. But when you start thinking about industrial corporate partners who have different needs than you may have in your home, the closest water treatment facility that supplies water to our city is 33 miles away. And so they have to pump that water all the way here through aging infrastructure in pipes that are undersized. And so it's something that we can't afford not to deal with. So we either take it as a regional responsibility, or at some point, it could become a regional crisis. And so it's important that we act now to get everyone involved in this discussion to craft a collaborative solution.
And oh, by the way, we just had a meeting this week with one of our major corporate partners talking about water pressure. So this is a major, major issue for us. Okay, so Anna, Councilwoman Benson.
So I'll reserve a lot of my questions because you know I'm the Riddler. But of your studies that have been done so far, and thank you, by the way, for filling us in and educating us so that we're a little bit more prepared come Monday. With your studies, have you taken into account the fact that we now do have data centers on our border? So I'm sure the numbers have changed as far as capacity is concerned. I know you mentioned data centers a little bit and talked about how it is the ugly word now, but it is a reality for us. So with those studies, has that been taken into consideration? And then I'll go on with two more questions after that.
So we have not updated the needs study since 2017. So it has not taken into account. We had a program where we were talking with Georgia Tech about having some of their students update the needs study, so that way it could be done in a more fiscally responsible way as trying to get those numbers updated. But no, data centers were not considered at all. So that is something we've talked about updating, because then that would also adjust what your need would be for the withdrawal on the river. If we get to a situation where there's not enough capacity in the river, you still hold the reservoir property. And so I just want to focus on that is a huge resource. I mean, there are not a lot of places where you have a giant bowl that's 400 acres, right? That's right on the banks of the Chattahoochee River. So that is something that also is a huge selling point for you as you go out and you have conversations with potential project partners. But just like Andrea said, it is not right now the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative capable of meeting the project purpose. That's the LEDPA. So it has to be looking at, you can take into account cost, logistics, technology, right? So you have to look at what are the alternatives that are available. So if there's only a certain amount of water in the river, the Chattahoochee River, then it becomes not the preferred alternative if it cannot meet your total needs. So that's when you could look back at the reservoir. So holding that kind of in your back pocket and saying, all right, we have something that could help us provide reliable yield is a true asset.
Okay.
And if you, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Benson, with your permission, can we just ask the one question so I can allow others to ask one question so that everyone has an opportunity? Okay, yes, Councilwoman Nichols?
Can you just, from the $41 million bond, how much is left of that? I don't know if staff has to answer that, because
Sure. I mean, well, the staff would have to answer that, the financial, well, I would say financial advisor, but the CPA who keeps track of that, I think there's a small amount left.
okay, so majority is already
Right,
been
on
used.
land, mostly capitalized interest.
Right.
That was the bulk. I think it was like $21 million of capitalized interest.
Fairburn's responsibility of that portion, part, we know.
When we start talking about, when Andrea referenced the water usage, The way that the way that this has been figured out, or the way that the authority handles this, is it's all based on water usage. So there's a certain amount that has to be paid every year to make your bond requirement, right? And so to handle the monthly payments, what they do is they calculate what's the overall water usage between the three cities. They take that percentage and they go, okay, the monthly payment that we need to have come in to cover this bond indebtedness is X number of dollars. Okay, so if Fairburn is 30% of the water usage, they pay 30% of that bond payment.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just be
then
curious
it's-
to know what we've already paid, but.
And then it's calculated every 6 months. So the idea is that everybody knows what everybody's doing at this point. Like, you know how much water Union City is using, how much Fairburn is versus Palmetto. And so at that 6-month mark, when they recalculate it, then everybody's on the same page as to how those numbers may change.
And I will say, we have a Water Authority meeting every second Tuesday of the month. Is that right?
Great.
Ma'am?
So,
Yes. So it is, and it's streamed online. Yeah, and it is open. Yes, it is. And it rotates between the three cities. So you can go online to review previous meetings, but we will provide you with the financials as well.
so.
Is there another
clarity
question?
on the $41
Yes.
million debt, that goes way back, as they were explaining, early in the authority's history. And at the time, the folks that were involved at that time with the Water Authority, when they took out that bond, the three cities signed into agreement to help share their requisite portion of that debt. So I just wanted to be clear that that was done many, many years ago.
In inception.
Before, well, before any of us were involved. And so that's how that is apportioned based on our water usage.
And you know, this Water Authority is a prime example of a decision that has a long-term impact. And that's why we, have to really be careful about how we decide things. Councilwoman Hauser, please.
Do you mind giving me the percentage of each city? I think you said Palmetto was 15.
Right, so currently, because we, at our last authority meeting, were handed out a current accounting. It was 55% for Union City, 30% for Fairburn, and 15% for Palmetto. And those don't vary wildly, right? I mean, they're not huge changes
Consistent.
when they recalculate them.
And that's based on each city's water usage. That makes sense. Union City is much larger than we are, and we're much larger than Palmetto. So that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, other question, Councilman Berry?
I have one. So I know there was, with the city of Atlanta, all the things that go through the mega city that Atlanta is, their drafting of the water from Chattahoochee, Lake Lanier, et cetera, Army Corps of Engineers, the federal and state lawsuits between Alabama, Georgia, and Florida.
Water wars, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when we were talking about the water control manual from Beaufort Dam. That was one of the reasons it was all wrapped up to show, okay, we are managing this resource well. They changed the way they manage the system. They manage it all the way down the entire basin. So now you don't have it just Beaufort Dam. It now goes down to West Point, keeps going down to where they manage it as an entire system as opposed to one individual resource at a time.
I guess my question, leading into that was, with the reservoir, the proposed, water treatment plant, the transmission lines, what's the scope of the construction timeline for that? I know it's hard.
We're not even there yet.
But, I mean, just as an estimate, because, I got a real big background in infrastructure, and I know it's large sums of money, and it's lots of time. So with the 400-acre reservoir and the things that we are, not say we, but the things that are already in place, that have already been put in place, as we move forward, whatever that looks like, we probably need to get started on this much sooner than later, because the cost of water are just equal to the cost of electricity. And as we're seeing electricity rise, the cost of water will also rise with the continued,
Absolutely.
I don't want to say degradation in the water lines from Atlanta to here, boil advisories, any and all of that. Our residents and our citizens, they will feel that impact.
Well, you also have additional costs that are coming. So as we're identifying more what we refer to as forever chemicals, the EPA is going ahead and adding those, saying you need to make sure those are taken out of your water system as well. And so one of the price increases that we referenced in that chart, $20 million of one of those bumps was associated with the removal of forever chemicals, right? So everybody's going to be experiencing, that won't just be an us thing. That's Atlanta, that's Coweta, that's everybody that's going to have to be pulling those out. So there is a schedule that was originally done in the PER, and if you would like us to get you a copy of that, I'd be more than happy. Obviously that was at that moment, but that was approved by EPD as to this is what they felt was a reasonable schedule for proceeding with the project.
Yeah, and the challenge has been pulling together the ability to bring this project to fruition. I think once we're able to get regional partners involved and we're able to get there, the actual schedule and building the facility itself is clearly a significant undertaking, but that part of it is clearer once we put together the necessary collaboration to get this done. We've got these valuable assets in place that will help, and Lake Lanier, for those who don't know, is a reservoir. It's not just a lake. I know that's what everyone thinks. The Army Corps of Engineers built that, and that's what helps supply all of us with water. And so similarly, when you've heard tonight about the reservoir the authority has, it's not quite that large, but it is a very similar application. So we've got the fundamentals in place for this project to work, and the actual construction of the water treatment facility, there are examples around the country, so I won't hazard to guess how long that takes. The challenge has been putting together all the building blocks so that the project can launch. Funding, all the other regional collaborations that are necessary. And so once we're there, I'm confident that we'll be able to get the project to fruition once we have the right formula in place to bring this to reality.
Well, I think the bottom line is that the current structure is unaffordable.
Right.
And so we've got to change. That's why we're having this discussion about regionalization. And, you know, we're pushing, trying to educate others and to bring others into the fold because we all have water issues. The question is, how do we address the problem? So, yes, Councilwoman Davis.
Some of my questions have been answered, but I just want to make a statement. First, thank you, Mayor, for bringing Andrea and Laura here. I've been on council for 9 years, and this is the first time I've had an opportunity to actually see the flow from the beginning to now. I mean, the issues, the whatever. I've heard bits and pieces of problems and stuff like that, but this is the first time it's been a whole piece of what the water authority is all about, how we relate to it, and the issues and the whatevers. So I just want to thank the mayor for bringing you all here to do this. I appreciate it. Now I feel like I know a little bit about the water authority.
One thing we can also provide for you is we did a thorough timeline that essentially lays, it's probably a little more than you want. It's like 40 pages. But we can make sure that Tony has a copy of that.
Yeah,
And
I would like that.
you all have it where you can sit there and kind of had it. We highlighted a couple, like this is where we feel there were crucial pivots or things
Right.
like that.
Right.
And that'll provide you kind of where you can go, oh, that happened, or oh, wait, that happened, or things like that. That would help provide that background.
I think that would be great, Mayor.
Oh, but we will do, and I will say, as you also note, so there's been the federal disruptions with the change in policy and focus, and you know, now with the forever chemicals that we're having to deal with. I want to also thank you for the presentation. It was extremely well done.
Yes.
I like the way it was laid out, and it provides, you know, the necessary information because we have, you know, new members of council. And I tell you, you know, I've been on council 12 years, and there's always something new that I learn about it. And then the last thing I want to say is that this is the federal work that I have been doing on behalf of the city of Fairburn as part of the National League of Cities via its Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Advocacy Committee. It was because of the authority, some of the policies that we put forth as that committee. I was a member and advanced to become chairman and then on the board, and so, yeah, so and it's because of being able to have this conversation at the federal level and having support from other jurisdictions to help carry this message, because we're all having the same problem. But anyway, that's what I've been doing for this rest, and my involvement with the National League of Cities has been focusing on water issues. So, thank you, ladies. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And again, you will get the flyer regarding the roundtable discussion on Monday. But I would also ask if you will spread the word among colleagues in other cities, right? It's just now we need more, to bring more people to the table. Okay, with that being said, okay, what time is it?
Time to go.
Seven, okay. All right. Good evening. I will now call to order the meeting of the Fairburn City Council for June 22nd, 2026. May we all, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor. The Honorable Anatavia M. Benson.
Present.
The Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Present.
The Honorable Fannie Mae Hauser.
Present.
The Honorable Shanita Nichols.
Present.
The Honorable Samuel Perry.
Present.
And the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood is absent. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is going to be the invocation by Pastor Moses Woodruff with Fairburn United Methodist.
Great to see you, Pastor.
Good evening to one and all. Let us pray. Almighty God, we come before your presence this evening with humility and thanksgiving, acknowledging your graciousness in selecting our city leaders. You formed us in our mother's womb. You nurtured us through life's ups and downs. You selected us to be servant leaders for the city of Fairburn. Because of your calling, you qualified the called. Sustain us in our deliberations. Give us listening ears, giving hearts, sharp minds, and working hands. You selected us to be a city situated to succeed. Bless our mayor, Mayor Portis Jones, city council members Smallwood, Benson, Davis, Hauser, Nichols, and Perry, city administrator Phillips and all that he does for the city, city clerk Ray, fire chief Robertson, and police chief Basillo, and all remaining city personnel with the tools to not only make us proud, but also to make you proud. Bless their families and their homes. Where they are weak, give them strength. Where they are confused, give them clarity of mind and purpose. Support them with your divine grace, and we will be thankful. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilwoman Nichols, would you be so kind to read the civility pledge, please?
Yes, thank you. Civility pledge. The way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when different views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness. We value all input. We commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is going to be presentations and proclamations. Georgia's Home Energy Rebates Program presented by Georgia Environmental Finance Authority.
Good evening. evening, and thank you for letting me come speak to you this evening. I do have some slides. I didn't know if we can bring them up on the screen.
We have them.
Y'all are good to go. Okay, and just click along. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, yes. My name is Anita Wilson. I'm the project manager for the Georgia Home Energy Rebates Program at the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority. And I'm here tonight to tell you a little bit about Georgia's home energy rebates. So we'll get started. All right, so I don't have to really introduce GFA. I just heard a name drop in the presentation before we got started tonight. So as you know, we invest in Georgia's water resources by loans, but I'm in the Energy Resources Division at GFA, and so we actually serve as Georgia's state energy office. So when there are federal funds out there that can help our state, we get to apply and get awarded those funds. So that is the situation we're in with these Georgia Home Energy Rebates. The funding is federal. It is from the IRA bill from 2022. We were awarded about $220 million to get energy efficiency upgrades out to all Georgians. So wanted to let you know, again, funded by U.S. Department of Energy, we do have to follow certain parameters set out by the Department of Energy to keep the funding flowing. We have been launched since November of 2024. The program does not require folks to get a loan. It is not a tax credit, and it does not require folks to get a lien on their property in order to take advantage of these rebates. At the end of the day, it's just lowering the money out of their pocket to get certain upgrades done at their home, and then hopefully save energy and save on their energy bills. So they are issued on a first come, first served basis, and they are out there for homeowners and renters alike. So if someone is renting, they can take advantage of these rebates. They just need the landlord's permission to do so. We do have a great website that we update all the time. It's energyrebates.georgia.gov. If you need more information about GFA, that's just gfa.ga.gov. All right. So now I'll talk to you a little bit about the two kind of main categories of our program. Combined, they make Georgia Home Energy Rebates, but individually they're Home Efficiency Rebates, or HER, and Home Electrification and Appliance Rebates, or HERE. Both do max out at a pretty high amount of rebates. On the HER side, I'll start there. In that case, you're kind of looking at whole home efficiency upgrades. You're trying to make your home more comfortable, save energy. Some common measures there would be insulation, maybe upgrading some older appliances. We especially encourage folks to do heat pumps for heating and cooling, heat pumps for hot water heater. They're much more efficient, but that insulation, air sealing, and ventilation work can also make a big difference. So some requirements you want to know about with the HER program. There is no income limit, so there's no restrictions related to income, but the measures that you select, and you get a contractor to help you with this process, but the measures that you select to do have to help you reach a certain amount of energy savings. So in order to qualify for the rebate, you do have to get at least 20% energy savings, which we've noticed with about 2 to 3 of these measures, that is easy to do, especially with older homes that maybe have been needing some comfort type of efficiency upgrades anyway. So that's a contractor-led program. We do have about 150 approved contractors in the program. We have many in Fulton County, and we do have those listed on our website in a directory form so people can search by Fulton County and get to a list of approved contractors there. I'll venture over to the other side, the Home Electrification and Appliance Rebates, or HERE. This is a little bit different. You can still do multiple measures, but it's really allowing folks to maybe just do specific measures at their home instead of several. And this one is income restricted. So if you've ever heard of area median income, that is set by HUD, and that is what guides the eligibility and rebate levels for this program, and that was determined that by the Department of Energy. AMI does vary by county, so there is a set AMI for Fulton County, and HUD does update those numbers annually. So we've just had an update in May, and we've rolled those out, so those are in place at this time. So here, the maximum area median income that the household can have is 150% of AMI, and that is everyone that's living in the home 18 and older does need to submit household income to get that total. So some nice things about the HERE program is that you don't have to achieve that energy savings, so there's a little bit less steps on making sure that those energy savings are achieved, but you're still encouraged to get efficient equipment in your home because you're required to go Energy Star type of equipment in that. But a lot of the same measures, heat pump for heating and cooling, heat pump hot water heater. One nice thing about the HERE program is that there's a do-it-yourself option where you can do a cooktop, range, oven, or stove, or a heat pump clothes dryer yourself, and then we issue you the rebate instead of the contractor. So that's a nice option as well. And another really good thing about the HERE program is that it covers panel upgrades and electrical wiring upgrades that are associated with a big appliance upgrade in the home. And that is a nice way to combine both HERE and HERE because you can do some measures with the HERE program, get your energy savings, and then put in an application on the HERE side to get your electric panel and electric wiring upgrades covered. So that's a nice thing there. All right, process to participate. So we're in phase 1 tonight. Maybe some initial interest is out there for folks to look into this, or maybe just getting some interest in the program itself so that you can share it with others. Again, it is statewide, so please tell your friends and neighbors and coworkers and everyone. But it starts out with just exploring your options, looking at eligibility, looking on the website, and kind of getting an idea of what may be a priority for your home and what you would maybe want to talk to a contractor about. You'll get on that contractor directory, find one in your area. You do not have to go with the first contractor that comes to your home. You can talk to several and get to where you're comfortable with what they're proposing to do, what the rebates will cover, and what, if anything, would be out of pocket for the homeowner before any work is done. So the contractor, unless it's that DIY option I mentioned before, the contractor is going to drive the process. So they actually open the online application, they put in some project information on the front end, invite in the applicant so that they can put in their household and their personal information on a different side of the application so that the contractor does not see that. Then a project team will review both what the contractor has put in and what the household the applicant has put in and make sure everything is in compliance with the program. They will issue a communication to both the contractor and the household to let them know that they've been approved for the rebate, how much is the rebate is going to be, and then invites them to then work out if they would like to move forward with installation. So that's good. The rebate funds are reserved at that point. So in our system, they're kind of on hold for that particular project. Then the contractor and the applicant can work out installation schedule. The contractor will upload a little bit more information about what was installed to make sure it matches up with what was proposed. And then the project team does a final review, and then we issue the payment to the contractor. So, easy as pie, five or six steps, right? So this slide, we like to give just a nice, just kind of overview example of what typically in the Fulton area, what somebody would typically do. So in this particular case, you've got a household size of 2. Their combined household income is $74,000. They're in Fulton County, and that household AMI is below the 80% mark. mark. So they are eligible for the enhanced rebate. For the HERE program, that maxes out at $14,000. The contractor worked with this couple to come up with a scope of work that included a heat pump for heating and cooling, electrical wiring, an electrical panel, and then the labor involved with getting all that installed. And so the final cost of the project was $14,000. The rebate was $14,000. So this particular couple had nothing due out of pocket at that time. Okay, and then wanted to let you know, I know I mentioned we got started in November of 2024, and just to kind of let you know where we're at as of today, almost 3,000 households have been served across the state. We are above 150 participating contractors in the program now. We're trying to get to all counties in Georgia. We're up to 107 so far. An approximate or estimated annual energy savings thus far is about $1,500, and then the amount of rebates issued, that average is about $10,677. And as of right now, if it's a contractor that we are paying, we are processing that payment within 5 business days of when all the final information gets inputted into the system after they have completed the installation. All right, and wanted to mention some program resources that we have available for stakeholders and members of the public and contractors alike. Our program website, we take good care to keep that up to date, and that's where you'll actually find a resource page and any kind of updates going on with the program. You can find out about eligibility, doing a HER project versus a HERE project. We have a frequently asked questions tab where folks can kind of see what some common questions are and the answers to those. And then our rebate calculator tool for folks that have never heard of AMI and don't understand why that matters. The rebate calculator tool, you will just plug in your county, your household size, and an estimate of your total household income, and then that calculator tool will let you know where you stand in the AMI scale. And then it will take you to another page where you can kind of see what your options are rebate-wise from there.
What does AMI stand for, please?
It is Area Median Income. Area Median Income, yes, sorry. That's so alphabet soup. Here, her, AMI. And then we do have some application guides that kind of help folks step by step. It's got some visual aids on there so that when they kind of get to the point where they do have to do their part in the online application, that they have a guide to go by, because we know we're in that application every day, but not everybody else is. So it's kind of like a little handy guide to reference as they're going through that process. We do have a designated contact center that is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and that is available for members of the public and contractors as well if they have some questions. Okay, and then how you can get involved is, again, visit the website, see what you can find out. Also, go to that contractor directory about finding a contractor to talk to. They've been trained to help you guide you through the process, make sure you can use the rebates to maximize what you're going to get done at your home, and then definitely tell a friend, neighbor, colleague, anybody there. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is we also have a multifamily pathway. So what I've been talking about so far tonight is more angled towards a single-family household, but we do have a multifamily pathway. So if there is maybe a building owner, and we consider any building with 2 or more units to be multifamily, so it could be a duplex or it could be a 70-unit apartment building. So that is another option. We do have a dedicated team, because there's so many nuances to that. We do have a dedicated team that handles the multifamily applications, but there is a tab on our website all about multifamily. So far, the most folks that have taken advantage of that are in housing authorities. So that has been nice, because then we're making sure the funds are going to buildings such as that, and that helps make sure we're getting the upgrades out to the right folks that we want to help a lot. So let me pause for questions because I was going really, really fast.
Okay, before I open the floor, so Anita, could you talk, what's the expiration date for this program?
Yes, yes, such a good question. So, on the HERE side, since those are single measures, that has been much more popular, because there's a few extra steps on the HER side of the program. So those funds are getting used up, much more quickly, but we still have $40 million dollars out there that has not been reserved. So, please, don't wait, do take advantage, of those funds that are still available. And then I think on the HERE side, we're still above 70 million available. Oh, excuse me, on
Okay.
HER, that whole
Okay.
home, that whole home HER side is got about 70. So we are expecting, the HERE, the appliance, side of the program to run out of funding, maybe late this year, early next year. But that HER, that whole home, side, we expect to go well in to next year. So it's still plenty of time to take advantage. And then we did get updated guidance from the Department of Energy at the end of May. And so the HERE, that appliance side of the program, right now, you have to go from something non-electric to electric, but they have changed that. So you now, in August, we will make a switch where you have to go electric to electric. So that might open up some opportunities, for folks that weren't going to be able to fuel switch, maybe like from gas to electric. They already have electric appliances at their home. This will be a nice opportunity for them to take advantage of the HERE program. So we'll update the website and we'll get information out to this team as well, once all those details are ironed out.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Benson?
Hi, thank you for the presentation and for the information. A couple of questions for starters. I know that on the website you are able to identify your contractor, invite them out. Just for clarity, is there a cost to the homeowner for that contractor to come out and to, start conducting that study?
Most of our contractors do free quotes for the folks. The only thing I will mention is for that whole home, that HER side of the program, there are some initial assessments on the front end that involve some like software modeling where they're trying to get a baseline of energy usage. Some of the contractors that provide that service do ask for payment just for that part of the project up front, but not all of them do. So what I advise folks to do is they just do not have the out-of-pocket to direct anything to somebody up front, that because at the end of the day, the rebate can cover that service. I tell them, let whoever you're talking to before they come out, let them know that that's not going to work, that they're not going to be able to pay for that assessment out of pocket up front.
Very good. And then regarding the rebate calculator,
Yes.
I noticed that, it was stated that there are potential rebate amounts.
Right.
So what determines that final amount? And before work is done, I'm assuming that you'll know what the rebate is, so you're already knowing what the expenditure is, how much you're getting back to ensure that those who can afford it aren't paying anything out of pocket?
Exactly. Yep. Very good question. So when the contractor is working with the resident to come up with that scope of work, the contractor is, they're supposed to agree to that on the front end. The contractor is going to input that into the system. Then the review team is going to be reviewing that project to make sure it all complies with, that it's all qualified for the rebate and everything. And then separately, the homeowner's putting in their eligibility information. So the review team will look at both. They'll say, okay, well, Mrs. Smith, she does qualify for the enhanced rebate. And then the project scope that they've agreed on, this is the amount that would be due. And then they send, each party will get an email. It's the same email that they've been approved, that the project that's been proposed does qualify for the rebate and the rebate amount. So it is on the consumer, I will say, to make sure that they have that in writing from the contractor before work is done. They have both the rebate team's determination and they have something from the contractor that there won't be anything out of pocket, that the rebate's going to fully cover the proposed project cost, if that makes sense.
It does. So then the last part of this is for the DIY side of things. Of course, At least it's my understanding that money does come out of the pocket of the homeowner first because they're covering those costs, and then the rebate, of course, would cover however amount
Yes.
has been determined for eligibility.
Yes, and so what we have advised folks to do is shop the sales because seasonal sales, they've big retailers have already lowered the price, and then there is a maximum rebate for that DIY appliance purchase, and it's $840. So folks know going in that the absolute maximum I'm going to be able to get rebate wise for this appliance purchase is going to be that $840, and then there's information on the website that kind of guides them through that DIY process to make sure they know what their limit is going to be, and then they can shop based on that. But it is in the DIY, it is kind of do it yourself. You have to, save your receipts. There's some things on the front end that they have to do, and they have to upload a lot of information into the online application. So they might need a friend or somebody to help them navigate that, and then use the resources on the website to help them with that too.
Understood. Thank you.
I just have a,
Yes,
just a
Councilwoman
follow-up
Nichols?
question. Yes, thank you. Just a follow-up question regarding the DIY. What is the time limit of, like, say someone just heard about this project and they already did a DIY project like 3 months ago? How long can you, like, save those receipts? Is like a time frame?
Yep, it is 90 days post-purchase.
okay.
And the only thing I'll warn about is the Department of Energy requires photos of the existing equipment and some information about the existing equipment and then what went in after that. So sometimes when people have heard about this and they've already installed, the old appliance is already gone, so they're not able to collect that required data of what was already sitting there in the kitchen or in the laundry room. But there is, if they do, and we can work with the review team to get that approved, we will do it and they'll be given the rebate. It's just really tough to do because a lot of times that information has been gone because the new appliance is in and the old is out.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? No?
I do.
Yes.
Can we make sure that web link, that it goes back up so that the residents can see it?
Yes. Energyrebates.georgia.
And I'll work with our communications team to do some promotion about this. I will also say, so this actually came about someone brought it to my attention, but I wanted to bring it before this body because I was thinking about the presentation, from Habitat for Humanity.
Yes.
So my idea, but I haven't fleshed it out to see how this might work, was to hold a summit of some kind to bring the two of them in, so that people can come in and ask questions and do.
That would be great.
So I'll be working with the team to do that, to try and make that happen.
Great
Yes,
stuff.
okay. All right, yes.
One more, sorry.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Riddler again. So regarding those appliances on the DIY side, is there, I guess, a list of recommended appliances that you guys provide so that those running out, hearing how much the rebate is, don't just go to anywhere, pick an appliance, think that they've got it, and then find out that they've missed the mark?
Great question. So Energy Star has a product finder. So Energy Star, so in combination with the information we have on our website about DIY, we do provide links about the Energy Star product finder. And then Lowe's and Home Depot have been wonderful partners. They've actually made landing pages specifically for appliances at their stores that are do comply with our rebate requirements. So, but they don't have to go to Lowe's and Home Depot. They can purchase the appliance anywhere that sells Energy Star, and so if they have that Energy Star designation for that appliance, they're good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so I also want to say that housing is a big problem, housing in all forms, shape, and quality housing as well, because there are a lot of older homes in Fairburn that are not necessarily energy well, they're not, mine being one, energy efficient, right? Because those were not the requirements back then when they were built. But here's an opportunity now to have your home insulated, and to have an effect on both the heating
Right.
and the air conditioning that we're using in the summer. So this was really the motivation for bringing this program here. And so I do want, let's please all spread the word on it. And we will, again, work with staff to develop some kind of program. Last thing I will say is the success of the housing fair that we had, that was kind of pulled together at the last minute, but overwhelming success, and people are interested in it. Yeah, so it would be, some of the same people who might be interested in a program like this. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is an excellent program, and I think it's great for it to be brought to the city of Fairburn, especially for our seniors, those that have been in their homes. Like, I've been in my home 32 years, and you can pay the home off, but once you do that, you got stuff that will,
Take care of stuff.
yeah, you got to buy a new
Maintenance.
refrigerator, you got to washer and dryer will go bad, the water heater will go bad. So, and that's expensive. That's a lot of money, especially when our seniors are retired or what have you. So this is just an excellent program for our citizens. And again, thank you, Mayor, for this, and thank you for presenting it.
Anita, you did say you had some pre-approved contractors.
do.
You have a list of those?
Yes,
Okay.
so I'll make sure you've got that list, and then the last thing I will mention is, if you know of a contractor that you think might be a good fit for this program, please, we're still accepting, additional contractors. It's, 2 online trainings, and then they're connected with a program account manager that helps guide them through the first, few applications to help them get on their feet. So, that's a nice opportunity as well if somebody's looking to kind of grow their business or dabble in the energy efficiency space. This is a nice opportunity to do that and help the community.
That's called economic development, y'all.
There we go.
Okay.
There we
Thank
go.
you so much, Anita. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, next item.
Mayor, the next item is adoption of the city council agenda.
Okay, you've all received copies of the agenda? Yes. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposition? All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is public comments.
How many speakers do we have?
I think we have one speaker, Willie Hauser and Reverend Woodruff. Are you guys wanting to speak?
No, so he just signed. Everybody thinks he's signed. Okay, so one speaker then?
So we only have one speaker, Mr.
Okay.
Ernie Brooks.
Okay, please.
Hello again, y'all.
Good afternoon.
Aye.
I want to give a big shout out to the Fairburn Utility Department. I had kudzu on my electrical pole, and so they came out, took the kudzu down quickly. So shout out to Miss Jody at the Fairburn Utility Department and whoever it was that came and removed the kudzu. I'd also like to refresh your memory about what I brought up. I have not gotten any word on how I can get a hard copy of the comp plan, the LCI plan, and the strategic plan. And it might have been my fault. I might have put the wrong phone number down, But also, I'd like to refresh your memory about the traffic light issue at 92 and 29 that I brought up, and also the expansion of the CSX yard. With the presentation about the Water Authority, it made me think about several things. There was a movement with the state of Georgia that originally the state line tapped into the Tennessee River. And so that was a source that, hey, this would help funnel water down throughout the entire state. The state of Georgia won the debate between Alabama and Florida about the flow of the water, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But also, I'm glad it was mentioned about forever chemicals. There's no water treatment to remove all of them. They can get them down to a bare minimum. The AJC did an excellent article on Commerce, Georgia, and Homer, Georgia, with the carpet industry and how many health problems, not only in that area, but downstream. West Point Lake, you cannot eat the fish. And as you know, no matter where you go, people want to develop upriver and send everything downriver. And being on the south side, I would not eat any fish out of the Chattahoochee or West Point. But it made me think about, too, years ago, I used to live downtown. I lived downtown 15 years. Downtown, not Midtown, not Virginia Highland, downtown. And, I'm thinking the 33 miles was Hemp Hill, Northside Drive, and Atlanta water treatment plant there. But there was the authority, this has been an ongoing issue, updating infrastructure. And there was a little thievery going on because the employees, and believe it or not, the manager, she was involved in selling brass, huge main valves for scrap metal. They were busted. I don't know if you remember it. I do. So I saw on the map that it looked like the water treatment plant was going to be where the dump is located currently, and the water tower is yet to be determined. So there was just a couple of things that I noticed, and I appreciate you letting me get up here and bring up some concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is approval of the minutes. The approval of the minutes for council meeting June 8th, 2026 work session and the city council meeting. Mayor, if we could just get one motion for both sets of minutes would be perfect.
Okay, yes, so, members of council, you received the minutes of the work session June 8th, as well as the council meeting June 8th. Are there, can I get a motion for approval?
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
Any discussion, corrections? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposition? None, okay, thank you. Next item, Madam
The
Clerk?
next item is on the regular agenda, the resolution authorizing the mayor to accept the African American Mayors Association EMLI Estate Planning Cohort Grant. This is a recommendation for mayor and council to approve a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept the African American Mayors Association AAMA EMLI Estate Planning Cohort Grant in the amount of $5,000.
Members of council, resolution is required for me to accept the $5,000 grant that the city of Fairburn was awarded from the African American Mayors Association. I applied for this grant on the behalf of the city because for the several years I've been on this council, one of the things that I've been talking about is financial literacy and how lacking many of us are relative to that. And so these monies were available through the African American Association, through the generosity of the Bill Gates Foundation. This is the fourth year of this grant award, and our big sister to the north participated in the program 2 years ago. When it was initially started, it was a year-long project, but they've determined that that was too long, and they've revamped the program and have decided to just focus on certain aspects of the program as a cohort. And so the cohort that I applied for was for wills, estates, and trust. And in making application for the grant, several indicators that said that we may be a community where many of our citizens do not have wills. Trust at a whole nother level, but an opportunity to do that. But to just even discuss and have an estate plan is that, we have a growing population that is over 50. We have increasing home ownership, which is an indicator that our will probably is not in place, which was kind of surprising statistic for me. But we met the criteria, and we were awarded this $5,000. And so I am asking your approval to receive the $5,000 grant. We'll be working with a team of experts who will be helping all of the participants in the program. I wanted to begin the program with our employees because many of them are in the same situation, and will expand out to the community as the resources are available to me. So with that being said, are there any questions regarding the grant?
I don't.
Yes, Councilwoman Davis.
Yes, I was reading, I should have made a copy of it, the requirement of the 6 weeks and what all you have to pull together and people and stuff. Will staff be doing that, or do you have people already in mind to take care of this cohort for 6 weeks?
Yes, so it will be my office with my executive assistant, Ms. Ferguson. But again, we will be working with a team of people from the African American Mayors Association. They have contracted with a consulting group who works with the cities in implementing the program. So to answer your question, staff will not be used, I won't say at all. Something may come up that I may need to do that, but by and large, no. But I will be using communication to help with getting the word out about the opportunity. And because I want to focus on the employees, of course, I will be working with the Human Resources Director in order to make that happen. Yes, other question? Yes, Councilwoman Nichols. Mhm.
Yes, thank you. I think this is really a great opportunity as we think of building generational wealth. A few things, questions that I have, I mean, you kind of answered them. So it's going to start with staff and then eventually trickle down to our residents, right?
Yes. So what I don't know at the moment is what's the maximum number of participants. So what I have been told is that there's a minimum of 10, which, that's not a lot of people, right? But I don't know what that maximum would be. And there is a meeting later this week that I scheduled to get the logistics and those updates. So, yes.
And is there a way, as we think of strategically what staff will be in that, if we could take those documents and create something that we can share within Fairburn to communities? I think this is a great opportunity. I think we should all have access to some of the things. So I'm thinking if we have a team that is doing this program and then they're taking back those documents or the paperwork or whatever type of tools and resources, then we share that broadly just as a start so that the citizens can feel they are getting that information as well. So that's just like a recommendation. And then, what was my other question? They talked about community partners having to be a part of like the requirement. Have we already identified?
Well, again, the African American Marriage Association, nationwide organization, but they have developed the partnerships with the legal expertise, because at the end of the day, it's what we want them to establish a will.
Yes.
Right? So that requires legal expertise who knows Georgia law for that document to be effective in Georgia. So those are the community partners. And I've decided to do it that way because that will allow the $5,000 to go further. Now, I could identify some attorneys to work, but then that consumes, the fight, and that's not a lot of money, so. So for the initial cohort, I want to do it that way. But thank you so much for your recommendation on, because this will be a learning process, and we will take copious notes. And the idea is to come out with a plan on how we can replicate this, okay? And then I hope to apply for the other cohorts as well. Homeownership is another one. So you use the right terms. It is about generational wealth and building that. But the title of the program, I mean, the acronym is EMLI, which is Economic Mobility Leadership Institute, to provide that. Okay, so thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. Yes, other questions? Nope. Okay. All right, thank you so much for your input on this, and I welcome any continued feedback, assuming I get approval for this. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? That motion carries. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
The next item is request for reimbursement of education and training funds from Mayor Hattie Portis Jones. The recommendations is for mayor and council to approve the reimbursement for education and training budget for Mayor Hattie Portis Jones to cover conference expenses not budgeted in her official capacity as mayor of the city of Fairburn in the amount of $14,239.
Okay. Administration.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I'm before you today because this issue came about and was brought to the City Administrator's office when the Mayor's office was trying to finalize her registration for the upcoming GMA Council, which starts this Thursday. As you know, Mayor and Council within the 1110 department, each member of council have their own travel budget. And within that budget, the following items are allocated. All conference registration, lodging accommodations, ground and air transportation, per diem, any fuel costs for rental vehicles, parking, and the monthly ramp reconciliation, which is your individual P cards, as well as mileage, your mileage per diem. Mayor and council approved a resolution number 2025-11, on September 22nd, 2025. This establishes procedures for the transfer of budgeted line items designated for education and training for mayor and city council after the fiscal year budget is approved. The resolution requires that the request come before mayor and city council for consideration by the elected body. So after receiving a request, it's the responsibility of the city administrator or his or her designee to prepare the agenda item and add it to the first available mayor and council agenda for consideration by the elected body. In this item, Mayor Portis Jones is requesting, and there is one correction. The first conference was for the 94th Winter United States Conference of Mayors. That conference total was $4,629 and 21 cents. The second conference is the African American Mayors Association Conference. That total is $3,189.57. The third conference is the United States Conference of Mayors. That total is $4,719.73. And the fourth conference, which is upcoming and not scheduled until August, the request was 17. It should be $1,550. As you know, when we amended your travel policy, mayor and council gets $50 per day for in-state travel within the state of Georgia and $100 per day for out-of-state travel. And so instead of the per diem being $300, it should be $150 because it's a 3-day conference for a total of $1,550. So that would bring the total cost to $14,088.51. And for budgetary purposes, we would round that to $14,089. And with that, I will take any questions from mayor and council.
Yes.
Bring it to the floor.
Yes. May I say something first, please? As you know, we're about to go into budget hearings for the fiscal year 26, 27. So it was this time last year that we were in the midst of developing the budget for this fiscal year, the one that we're in. I was serving on council at the time, but we had established a policy almost 8 years ago now, I believe it was, that if any members of council were in leadership roles at the national levels, that they were given additional funds to fulfill those obligations. So the budget that I was awarded for this fiscal year back in September of 2025 was for my obligations as a city council person, as a board member of the National League of Cities. And I was running for mayor, but did not know I was going to be elected mayor. So the budget did not capture or reflected that. But thanks to the citizens of Fairburn, I was elected to mayor. This office has access to information and individuals that are at an entire different level. And since I have been an elected official of Fairburn, it has always been my policy, and I have always acted that way, that I try to develop relationships and identify resources that I can bring back to the city. You can't do that if you're not at the table. And so that was the reason why not unlike my predecessor, who also attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors and the African American Mayors Association as well. This is coming before you now because I just didn't even realize that how it was going to impact my budget. And as Ms. Chris has said, this came to our attention because I was not able to complete my registration for GMA, which is happening beginning on Thursday, going to Savannah. So yes, I am in need of these funds in order to do that, because I expended funds in my capacity as mayor and not as in the capacity of council member for which the funds were originally funded for. So I am asking your support in doing that. And as you can see, the $5,000 grant that I was awarded from the African American Mayors Association, I went in immediately trying to identify resources and was successful in doing that under that organization. The U.S. Conference of Mayors has some options, some opportunities as well. So I'm working those also. I will also say, I think this is the second time that a council member, well, in recent history, I should say, that a council member who was a sitting council member then became mayor. And I'm not sure what that mayor decided to do and why that request was never came before us. But I will say that it was she who initially requested that we increase the budget for any council person or mayor that's in leadership role at a national level. And it was at her request to do so because she was serving in that capacity at the time. So this is why I'm asking for the reimbursement. I stated the reason why it's just coming before you now. Just hit up against the budget, and there was no funds for me to register for GMA. So here I am. Questions? Mhm. Yes, Councilwoman Davis?
Wait, we need to.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I didn't bring it to floor, okay. Yes, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved in second, discussion? Okay, yeah. Well, let's start on this end, yes. Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
you all go.
Y'all good?
Yes, we, okay, Councilwoman Nichols? Mhm.
Okay. You might have to come back to me. My thoughts are still forming, but.
Okay, do you want me to,
Okay.
you want me to get someone else then?
Yeah, because I'm.
All right, Councilwoman Davis?
Okay. The issue here before us doesn't have any, the focus here, let me make this clear. The focus here is process and procedure.
Yeah.
It is not the number of trips
Yeah.
or whatever. It doesn't have anything to do personally with Mayor Portis Jones. It's the mayor, whoever the mayor is, account and process. And that's the way I see it. That is as a council person, I have to abide by the ordinance, the rules, whatever, as it relates to travel for all of us, especially mayor and council. My first question, and I have several, in reference to process. Nothing to do with personalities. This is process and procedure. Why was the request not made prior to now, or knowing that, well, let me back up. Administration, I need you to guide me in reference to this, and this is a new situation. This doesn't happen all the time, and so we want to be clear in how we deal with this and handle this. We don't want to set a precedent that is not operational. Portis Jones was council member, and our budget, our current budget, this is midterm, and we're doing, amendments and stuff. If I recall, and we agreed, council agreed, because she was on a national board, she should get more money for travel. And I think we upped it to 19,000. Is that correct? Yeah, and
At one
the
point,
rest of us had what?
I think the previous budget, I want to say it was FY '24, it was 19,000. I believe each council member had 12. However, due to, I think, the increases during last year's fiscal budget to registration and what we had started to see, mayor and council increased by 3,000 to 15. And then the budget you all approved for then council member Portis Jones was increased by 3,000 to 22.
To 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all
It was
right.
for the last fiscal year.
That was last fiscal year.
No, the one
No,
we're in now.
That's the one
we're
we're
in
in
now.
now.
Sorry, the most recent fiscal year.
The most recent one, the
Yeah,
one
I'm
we're
sorry, I didn't state that
in now.
correctly.
And the reason I'm asking that, because I wanted to see if, could the remainder, say, well, right now it's showing as of May 22nd, the expenditure is 23,879.
So that's correct. One of the things that, so to back up, I know it in reference to process, all travel and training for elected officials is either handled by the clerk's office or for the mayor's office by the mayor's executive assistant. The only time it comes to city administration is if we have to sign off on any per diem that you all would receive, and that's for any payable that goes out through the city. There's a process in which we sign that. Outside of that, neither myself nor Mr. Phillips are aware of your travel or aware of your packets because those are done either by the clerk's office or the mayor's office.
Right, so administration is not involved.
Correct,
in
yes,
that.
ma'am.
So there's no way now that we can transfer any of Portis Jones, council member Portis Jones' travel, because it's more than the 22,000 right now, right?
So
Or,
it's the 22,000, so her budget line did not change. The only thing changed for her funding line, I believe, was actually the title from council member to Mayor Portis Jones. So the 22,000 that you all approved is the same 22,000 that she's utilizing in her capacity as mayor.
right, exactly. So I was thinking if there were any left over, that could be transferred. But what about the account for mayor, period? Is anything left in that account while she was still council member?
So
I don't
what-
want to utilize names, but.
No, you're fine. So what was passed out to you is actually a expenditure detail report. This is the quickest form I can get it for you out of Encode in preparation for, at the request in preparation for 7 o'clock.
Thank
So
you.
if you're looking at this report, the total amount expended in the budget is 678.33. So the budget is currently over by $1,600.
Okay, okay,
So, for clarity,
okay.
when then council member Portis Jones was elected Mayor Portis Jones, the budget rolled over with her. So she didn't get a new budget when she became mayor. So the
Or
22,000.
council member budget.
Right.
Okay.
It rolled
Same, it's
Rolled
the
over.
same pot of money
Okay,
she's now using as mayor
Right.
that was allocated when she was a council member.
right.
Is that clear?
And those funds, the funds that or my budget as council person was established because I still am, on the board of directors of the National League of Cities. So I still have those obligations to fulfill, right? What disrupted this was the fact that my focus shift
Right.
from council person to mayor.
Right.
And so no, there was no budget for U.S. Conference of Mayors or the African American Mayors Association. So that's the budget I'm asking for.
Right.
And just for clarity, just to give you an idea, because another question is probably like, how is the budget over? When we go to do a payables and Encode, you get a warning that comes up, and if the funding is not available, which was in the case when they tried to do the per diem for the mayor, it says you cannot process this payable. What sent it over is when we reconcile your P cards, for anyone's P cards for the month prior, it automatically hits in order for us to process that monthly statement to the credit card company, that we have to allocate the purchases that you made the month prior to that funding line. And because the previous month's rent reconciliation hit, not knowing those charges until we get your rent reconciliation, it put her in a situation where she's over her budget once if you look at the second page,
Right.
there was the registration in the mayor, for the Mayor's Academy, the last three. But there was a rent reconciliation before that. So typically, if the funds aren't there, you can't process any invoices against that funding line.
And then may I just add one other thing? I was without an assistant, right?
Yeah.
So I was inaugurated January 12th. The assistant that worked with the former mayor was with me until February 10th. Okay, so that's about a month.
Yes.
Yes, and so I will share with you that, travel wasn't the priority at that, there was a lot going on. Okay, so I apologize for that. And then she left on the 10th, and I was without an assistant until March 25th, is when but my assistant is new. Right, so there's a learning curve that has to go on. So the timing, you're absolutely right to question that, but that's what happened.
Right, and that's okay. We're just trying to get the process right here. Your travel, you're gonna make me just, you do a lot when you travel. You bring stuff back, you know, I mean, so that's not a question. What we're trying to do is the process.
No, I
The
agree.
process. So
And
you
you've raised
don't
some
have to-
you've raised some valid concerns about the process. And this is something that we can work with administration to put in place so that this does not be it's not an issue in the future.
Okay, right.
Okay.
But the other question I want to ask administration is the mayor's chart of accounts, the mayor, whoever the mayor is for this
Fiscal year.
fiscal year, is there monies left there that can be transferred? See,
No, there is
you
no
know,
such account.
There's no such.
There's no
account.
such account, no.
Okay,
So the only
okay.
travel designation that was different than all other council members was former council member Portis Jones because of her service
Right.
on the
On a national level,
legal, national level.
Right.
And so everyone else, including the former mayor, was allocated the same amount, which, if I recall correctly, is $15,000
Okay.
this year. And so there were 7 allocations
Right.
previously, and there are 7 allocations now.
Okay.
So there's not a separate account somewhere with money left over from the former mayor.
Right, okay, all right, so that's my other question, right, okay. So,
You have 40
the,
timing.
oh, my timing is up, okay, all right, okay. So, what is, the only way that we can handle this now is just to do this budget amendment?
So, as you probably recall, I know, Councilwoman Davis, because of your long tenure on council, there were instances before this resolution, and by the way, this is the first time we've actually activated this resolution.
Yeah.
The very first time. It didn't exist previously, where we had instances of council members kind of using each other's travel budget. And the body determined, the council determined that that was not the best way to do that.
Exactly.
For transparency, that if that was a need, it needed to go through the process that this resolution, which we are using for the first time, lays out. Because prior to this resolution, like I said, and there are recent examples where a council person used all of their allocated $15,000 or $12,000 in the previous year,
Right.
then they would simply call another council member who had money left and say, hey, can I use some of your travel budget? And so that no longer is the process
Right.
because of this resolution. And so that's what brought us here, is that the council made a decision last year that the resolution should provide more clarity and transition, or clarity and transparency.
Right,
Anytime there was a need for a different allocation for travel other than what was approved
right.
in the fiscal year budget.
Right. But the concern here is it's coming after. After the travel has taken place, after it has been paid out. It should come before. And understanding what the situation is in reference to our current mayor, I just want to make sure that this is an exception.
I'm going to defer to the person who passed the bar exam to define a resolution, so Mr. Starkey, if you
Turn it
would.
over to the attorney.
Timing is appropriate. I submit that you have a resolution that solves the problem.
Right.
Your piece on the timing is accurate.
Right.
But the resolution allows this discussion. It's on the floor.
Right.
And you vote and make your decision.
Okay.
But absolutely, this resolution anticipates
Right.
potentiality like this, and you're able to have this intelligent discussion. You go
Right.
backwards and forwards.
Absolutely.
You vote and resolve the problem.
Right.
And I'm certain the mayor has heard everything that you've said, and
Right.
and we have, the appropriate staff in place now, and so I think we'll be good.
Okay,
But this resolution allows you to do
Allows.
exactly what you're doing.
absolutely. Okay, so I rest my case.
Councilwoman Nichols?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start off by saying that I do think it's important for our mayor to represent Fairburn at these conferences and for leadership opportunities. It's important that we do have a seat at the table and we continue to learn to build relationships that will benefit our residents. So I want to start there. My question is more just like Councilwoman Davis around the budget process. And just so I can be clear, so we each get $15,000 towards our educational budget, right? Mayor, at that time, Councilwoman Portis Jones was allotted 22,000 because of her national, okay.
Correct.
And so next year, that would be the same kind of approach, 15 and then 22 because she has the national. There's no separate, like, the mayor gets 20 and it's just everybody.
It's,
Correct.
It
There's
has nothing to do with the title.
It's a title, okay, so,
Yeah,
okay.
so
I just wanted to make
That
sure
has
I
been the
understood
case
that.
in previous
Okay.
budgets, including the current one.
Okay.
As we go through our budget process this year, that is always a decision made by you as a body.
Right.
And so how you choose to address that in the FY '27 budget that is upcoming, that is the purview of this body to decide if there should be some other allocation or if there is a better, more transparent way of doing this because of the discussion you're having this evening.
Yeah, I definitely agree with being more proactive versus reactive. Like, we, as her duties as mayor, I feel like we could have forecasted that she would probably go over her budget once she was elected, just due to the duties and responsibilities that she had. So I think we could have probably caught this a little earlier, or just have in place when we know a new mayor is coming, we should think of like what that budget should look like in that
good
fiscal
point.
year. So we can be like, okay, we can allot that. So that's just one thing. And I just want to also confirm, so her total budget is technically 22,000. Right now, this 23,000 takes us to this full current fiscal year, right?
correct.
Right, there might be some adjustments because of
There
just.
may be some
being-
adjustments.
Right, but nothing, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that answered my question for that. I'm also wondering, because I do want to be mindful of like taxpayers' dollars and you know, how it can look as like we are just traveling, like, no, we are learning, we are being educated, we're bringing back tools and resources to the city. So I just want to be mindful of that, of us also being cautious of like, I do believe that when the budget hit 22, we should have stopped and then maybe came to us about sharing our budget, because I don't believe I'm going to go over 15 like this fiscal year. I don't think any of my peers. So we could have said, hey, let's keep our budget at 22. We can donate or, I don't know, transfer our,
But that's where we are now.
that's okay.
That's where we
So
are now.
That's
okay.
the vehicle for that is the
Okay.
resolution you're now discussing.
Right.
I think you make excellent points, and particularly your initial point about anticipating this. Now that we're having this discussion, I, like you, am having light bulb moments going, maybe there's some things we can do differently in the upcoming budget season. And this is our first time using this tool council has provided. And so, yes, we're all learning as we use this new resolution, but I think your points about anticipation and maybe planning for the next budget in a more appropriate way, given the unique responsibilities of the mayor's office and anticipating how that could look. And then I think the process issue will be clearer as well, because I think that is a valid point. I agree with you. And as we move forward, I think there's an opportunity for us to refine that and make sure the process is spot on with the letter of the resolution.
There you go.
And if I can tie this back to the charter just real quickly. We know we've dealt with this over the years. The mayor's responsibility in the city of Fairburn, not talking any other city, in Fairburn, not ceremonial, it's not dress.
Right.
It's work. A lot of work. It's a different position than council seats are. So at the end of the day, I think this body has to think about that when it's approving the budget, to make certain that that role is consistent with and steeped in how the charter intends for it to perform.
Right,
And so I just think it's just getting that cleaned up and that number, again, I'm not a finance guy, but we can do math. That's a bigger number.
Yes.
And Councilmember Nichols, if I can add, what could help us is we want to help you forecast. Had we known the travel that was going to be taken in January, we could have probably had this discussion prior to. So maybe if working in tandem with the clerk's office and the mayor's office, getting an idea of what travel you anticipate going to during the fiscal year. I know that a lot of the registration costs have increased, the hotel costs have increased as well.
Right.
So we can kind of help look at that and facilitate whether or not it needs to be a discussion had about additional funding for any particular elected official.
And then I just want to point out that I think the way this item is on the agenda is a little misleading for our residents because it looks like we're just approving an additional 14,000 when we're technically approving about 1,600. And that's a different narrative because I think residents are, so even, her total is 22,000, but we need to pretty much amend for the difference of the 23, right?
So no, she's asking for the full 14,000. So her budget will go from 22,000, with the correction I referenced earlier, to $36,089.
That's what, okay, all right, all right. I'm thinking you know what, all right.
Just covering the overage from the 22 and the 23, I understand.
So this is not in there, that 14,000?
Yes, it's not in,
It's in
it's
the
already
item that you're
expensed.
discussing.
It's in it, but it's not in this, what we just got. So
No.
the total is technically 36.
It's in the recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I used the funds to attend the mayor focused. I use the funds that I need to complete my obligations as council position.
Where does it say 36? Because
It's on the cover page for the agenda items. It gives you the purpose, history, the facts and issues.
yeah, I'm not seeing 36, but.
What are you doing, you add, you talking about the, no, 36 is not on this.
The budget impact is the 14,239 that's being added to it, but you wanted the whole total.
Yes, yes, so that's what's confusing because, yes, I'm thinking that, okay, so now at this point, do we know what the total education budget is as of now and what is left over? Because now I'm looking at us as a whole, what we spent and what is left over.
You mean among all of us?
Among all of us.
So I do have
We're gonna, we,
Yes.
I wrote, anticipating one of these questions.
right, but-
I do have the total of what each council member has expensed to date, but keep in mind, it may not include your May reconciliation, and it will not include your lodging for GMA because you have not gone there.
Yeah.
can we make it like an estimation? I'm just trying to see if like.
Sure.
Our total, I don't even know, say it's 100K, and we're at 98, that means we're technically going over this whole line item. That's what I'm trying to just get an idea of what that number looks like.
Give me 1 minute.
Yes, no, take your time.
Okay.
And then
Take your time.
so from, if I may, not including any future
That's what I was.
travel
I
that
think
we've,
this covers her whole, for this.
no, for the rest of the
Oh,
council
for the rest of us,
members.
that's what, yes, right,
Because we're sitting here in June, but there's still,
Yeah.
right.
you know,
So we need to-
going up
But the idea was not to impact
Right.
your budget.
Right,
Right, I
Not
see.
at all. Yes.
Just to get you squared away.
right.
Now, I'm going to do it based on what you have now, because I don't know how much your hotel rooms are going to be for GMA, and I don't know what your rent reconciliation will be.
So how we coming along with that,
We need to go through.
Quick agenda.
Okay, so, did you stop her time? I think she had, okay,
I
thank
know
you.
some,
Okay, okay, okay. I just need to come down to this.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
All right, so can we proceed then while she's calculating?
Yeah,
Okay, all right then, Councilwoman Benson?
So it's kind of piggybacking off of what Councilwoman Nichols and Councilwoman Davis said, and it's kind of my recommendation as we go into these budget hearings. Because my first thought upon hearing this was, what is the process? What is the process for reconciling whatever monies are left over for an outgoing mayor? Because, the past previous mayor was still budgeted for 2025 into 2026. So that's one, and I do understand that it is not based on position, it is based on, that member, but my recommendation is that that might need to switch because of the fact that there are greater responsibilities for a mayor, especially a mayor who is listed in our charter as a strong mayor. So because of that, there are greater responsibilities, and we need to be thinking of it as this is the responsibility, not this is the individual. So that's one. Two, this is the individual's responsibilities as, for example, yes, we covered what former Councilwoman Hattie Portis Jones had on her plate in her national capacity. But for us to not have the foresight, especially since there was a previous mayor who was a council member, to switch over, like, I'm not condemning, but I am asking that we take that into consideration moving forward. And then the next part of this is, what would happen if we had a new mayor who had never been on council? That is a huge learning curve, and that would probably require greater training and everything else. And so we say we're situated to succeed, we also need to be situated to anticipate and situated to report out. So as we go into these budget sessions, let's be a little bit more forward-thinking as far as roles, responsibilities, anticipated basic things. Like when we came on new as council, we already knew we had to have newly elected officials training. We already knew that was going to be a part of it. We already knew that there were going to be certain conferences that were recommended to help us move within this. For Mayor Portis Jones to have this budget to move into a new role that still required duties that mayors are expected to take part in, and then still bring in opportunities for our city is kind of a missed opportunity for us. And I never want it to be said later on, oh, they fixed this later on. Oh, they came back and repaired this. You've got very competent council members and mayor on this dais. And so the process and the procedure should reflect that so that we can move without always having to go back and amend the budget, amend the budget, amend the budget.
So I think you make very valid points, and to add some clarity. So you will see this as we go through the budget process. There's a very detailed, Councilwoman Davis knows because of her experience, process that we go to with all of our operating departments with, you'll see line after budget line after budget line. It'll be a very tedious process. Mm-hmm. The travel budget for elected officials is kind of you guys', ball's kind of in you guys' court. So we don't really handle that part of it as staff. That's something that you as an elected body, those anticipatory thoughts and all of that resides with you as city council members. Because we don't, as staff, as a city administrator, I don't come and say, I think this is what Councilwoman Davis's travel budget should be.
Right.
I defer all of that to elected officials. And so your points are very valid, and the opportunity is shortly to come where you and your colleagues can engage in that discussion, anticipate what you think. And I tend to think of it, to your point, Councilwoman Benson, as the office of the mayor and the office of a council person, because who's in that office can rotate over time. So I look at it as what, based on the city attorney's guidance about what the charter says, what is the office of the mayor and what should the office of the mayor be doing? And it's not about a personality, it's about the role. And the same applies for you as city council members. What is the office of a city council member and the roles and travel responsibilities attendant to that? So I look at it through that lens because then it's about the role and what is the appropriate anticipatory budget for that role and all the responsibilities that come with it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Pretty much, like, oh.
Okay, all right, Councilman Perry?
I got one question and one comment. The 14,000, ma'am, is that gonna, at that's your current projection for right now based off of the training and travels that you'll have at this time?
Right.
Well,
maybe-
that gets me through this fiscal year, completing all of my obligations.
If there's not anything else that may potentially come up.
I don't know of anything, but, you know, I'll live with them, I'll live with the money.
So that this 14 is for what you're currently projecting now
Yes,
through the
yes.
end of the FY. So we got that. And I do, as with anything, none of us are perfect, so hey, this is a opportunity for us to learn.
Yeah.
As we do prepare for transition, whether it's this council seat or the mayor seat, I think we've learned, we're in a position now where we can forecast that we probably do need to add a little bit more in that mayor seat for that, what that transition looks like. All the places that they have to go to, the meetings that they have to go to, all of the trainings that they have to go to, and all of that big bubble that you have to step into. I think we've learned, not just today, but we've probably seen it, but I think the actual fiscal portion of it, a little bit of it, we just opened and saw a little bit. So I think this is an opportunity for us to learn, and we'll make sure when we have budget hearings, I think all of us up here just need to sit down and we just need to go through it, and we'll come up with something I think we'll feel positive about moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
still have
Councilwoman
5
Davis?
Yeah. I really like to commend this council and how we've handled the situation. And this is a new situation. I've been on council 9 years and haven't experienced this. So I really appreciate how we're handling this in a very positive, very professional way. And I commend our mayor in being, you know,
Transparent.
I have to tell her she don't have to be explaining so much. That's just her nature. But I think right now we can just really sum it up. Well, I can sum it up. Put it on the floor. I think we all agree that we need to go ahead and do this amendment. And then when we go through the budget and stuff previously, then we can add on whatever. She'll have an idea of the things that she's involved in and what she needs. Because one thing I can say is that she really brings back a lot to the city of Fairburn.
Absolutely.
With her travels, with her associations and the boards and stuff that she's on. And the last one that's on here, which I encourage her to take because it's the GMA, Mayor's Leadership Academy, which as being a member of the board of the Municipal Training Board, I had a great impact and fingerprint on this particular academy, that it was definitely needed, because I've been under 2 different types of mayors, not with Mayor Portis Jones, but you're the third one. Yeah, I've been under 2, and they've been extremes. So I'm glad that she is definitely really going to that one. So I think we just need to go ahead on with the motion now.
No, I still have some
questions.
questions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mayor,
Okay, all right.
No, I think
Yes.
she was doing some math for me, and then I just wanted to, so as I'm sitting and thinking about, I do think 36,000 is a bit excessive when we think of a total budget. I think when we look across Georgia, on average, industry standards, budget line items for this type of work is about 15 to 20,000. I do think there is an opportunity for us if we're getting close to our budget to just not go. What is required and what is not, because I understand her commitment and she's the board of directors for National League of Cities, right? But also there's a point, like for instance, in my home, if I set a budget for $50, the budget is gonna be, I'm gonna be mindful of how that $50 is coming. When I first was looking into this, I didn't realize it was $36,000. I thought it was just going to the 22. So, I mean, I don't know, from my perspective, I just think at a point, this should have been brought to our attention way earlier, because this is almost doubling, close to doubling this line item. And I just want to make sure we're being responsible as we are using taxpayers' money for these opportunities, which I think we do need to be able to learn and be at these conferences. But I don't know, 36,000 kind of just took me to the left. And I just don't know what are alternative ways to get this covered. I mean, it's already paid for at this point, right? So regardless of, the budget is already gone. So, but for me, as a person who was elected to do what I think is right and what I think is fair, 36,000 is a bit excessive to me. And Mayor, I don't want you to, I appreciate all that you do, and you do bring back, I think it's worth it, it's not money lost. I'm appreciative of her taking that forefront, but also me as an elected official, I just need to, for myself, make sure I am understanding and voting the way that is what people elected me to do. So for me, 36,000 is excessive. I don't know how we could amend or make things work, but that's just my views. But I know you had some numbers.
So based on my calculations, across all 7 elected official budgets, there's approximately 40,000 left. However, that is before any ramp reconciliations that you've done, any travel you did last month, any travel you've done this month to include the upcoming GMA conference, and any future travel you're registered for through September 30th. And so I don't have that information, who's attending any future conferences. I think everybody is going to GMA. I'm not sure how much your hotels are going to be. I know you all will receive your per diem. But keeping in mind, I don't have those solid numbers. So it's for about 40,000 before those expenses are backed out. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you doing that math.
Let me just say this. I know for me, I don't use all of my 15,000, so I can share what I don't use, give, and this is what this ordinance that we have
Yes.
come up with.
So if it is the will of council to say, let's look within the existing mayor and council budgets.
Yes.
I don't have a problem contacting those council members directly.
Yes.
And especially those that are nowhere near even expending potentially half of their budget. To
Right.
say, if you have any upcoming training, how much are you willing to donate towards the $14,089? That way, we're not adding to the overall total of mayor and council's budget. You're
Right.
just reallocating
Just-
funding from those lines that's available.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
I like that idea.
And
If you
I'm
could-
willing to, well, that's what this is. This is what we're talking about, borrowing and sharing. So I'm willing to share, because I know I don't
Councilwoman
use
Davis
all
and
of mine.
Councilwoman Nichols, I'll give you a call.
Yes, give me a call.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that suggestion. And having been here when this discussion that originated, this resolution came about, that's what this vehicle was designed to do.
Absolutely.
Because it was happening without the transparency.
Yes.
There were already council members trading budgets back and forth. Resolution wanted to shine a light on that and say, let's formalize that process.
Yes.
And so that's typically where we would look first anyway to go. Councilperson A, B, or C, you've only used 20% of your travel budget. We're halfway through the year. Would you be willing to? And this is the vehicle that formalizes that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So it doesn't increase the overall travel and budget a lot.
Right, it's still the same budget. We're
Yes, the
just
same budget.
just
It's not
that- yeah.
increasing. Yeah.
All right, I'd like to call for the question. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, could you reread the motion, please?
The motion is to request city council approval to reimburse the education and training budget for Mayor Hattie Portis Jones to cover conference expenses not budgeted in her official capacity as mayor of the city of Fairburn in the amount of $14,239.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Can I make another motion? Like,
Substitute?
I-
Well,
I guess what I'm trying to vote on is if Ms. Jamila would go back and to each council person and see what our budget is and what we plan to use and see if we could donate to Mayor.
that's just, that's the process, I mean, that's just the how.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if the amount, if you are approving the amount, which is what's on the table.
Okay.
Councilwoman
Yeah,
Nichols, that is
the how
exactly what we
is-
will do. We'll follow the
Yes.
advice of council, and Ms. Chris will work.
I have everyone's totals to date, so I can get with you after the council meeting tonight if you would like.
Just let her know what other anticipated travel or training you expect between now and September 30th. And we can then follow that.
And just for what it's worth, we'll look at the policy. I think the policy is solid.
Yes.
We'll look at it as we anticipate this year's budget. And if there needs to be some changes so that we don't broach this again in this way, we'll change it up if that's what's necessary.
But I guess my motion is more around, then if that is the case, right? How, I want to ensure that the money is being allocated in that specific line item. So if we vote yes, we're just approving the amount, but what if only me and Councilwoman Davis say, okay, we're going to give it, there's still an allotment that could be left over. So what I'm trying to say is, the motion I want is for us to see how those monies will be transferred into the budget with the same line item. Because I feel like if I vote yes right now, that's saying I just approve it, regardless of if we donate or not. And what I'm trying to do is the reverse.
So what I will do is I can send you a current expenditure report, not an Excel. You'll get it, it'll be directly from Encode tomorrow. You'll see where each budget line stands. For those council members that decide that they want to donate funds towards the 14,000 needed balance, once you agree and we have the total, we will do the budget transfers on the back end, and then you will get a new expenditure report with everyone's line items on it. So you will see what the new budget total is. So you will see the decreases in the respective lines and the increase into the mayor's line. So you'll be able to compare before and after the budget transfer.
Right,
So-
but if
Do
everyone
you
doesn't
approve, do you approve the amount? Because that's the motion on the floor.
And I think the resolution may address this, if I could. And City Attorney, please help me if I get off track.
Yeah, it's not-
Under Section 1, item number 4, it says, upon consideration, vote and approval by the mayor and city council, the city administrator and/or his or her designee will complete a budget transfer request form that will show the donating elected officials' education and training funding line amounts and the recipient's education and training funding line amounts, pre-transfer, post-transfer, to reflect the new balances in both the donating and recipient elected officials' funding lines.
Yes, so I get that. So what I'm agreeing to is approving the amount based on the donations. Now, if there's money left over, that's like, we still have a balance of 5,000 because we are not sharing that budget, then that's what I don't approve.
So.
That's what I'm confused on right now.
So I'll just do this for round numbers. Let's say you've only expended $5,000 of your budget, you have $10,000 left. If you decide that you want to give Mayor Portis Jones $5,000, your budget will still reflect an available balance of $5,000. So that won't be touched. It'll just decrease by $5,000 and you'll have $5,000 available versus $10,000.
Right, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is that
Not enough donations.
if there's not enough donations, I want the money to come from this specific, yes, right. So if we don't have enough donations, where's the access funding come from? So that is what I want to vote on,
Okay,
yes.
understood. So we would have to look at the mayor and council budget to see what other line items we could take it from, whether it's miscellaneous supplies, office supplies. We'll look at that and see what we need to make up to see how we can get up the difference from that.
So then, at this point, I guess I just need to vote no, because it'll move anyway, and then I'm gonna donate, but yes, I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
You'll see in the budget transfer, if the totals between council does not equal what the request is, you'll see the other lines on there to see how much we had to take from those lines to make up the difference. So it'll be very clear exactly where the funds came from.
If I may, and I hope I'm not being.
Okay, but, all right, parliamentary procedure. And I'm sorry the discussion is around me. But, okay, it has been motioned, it has been second. We voted, but then discussion was allowed after the vote. So please, Mr. Parliamentary Attorney, please tell me.
Need to vote on the motion.
Vote on the motion, okay? Okay, all right, so, again,
The motion.
all, yes, yeah, they voted. So we have,
There was a second.
yeah, right, so, okay, so,
There was a second.
all right,
And I voted on it.
Right. I was just trying to, yes, so you can
yes,
just.
okay, so the vote was, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 opposition.
There was a second, there was no vote.
No, there was.
Yes, it was.
Councilwoman Davis made a motion. Councilmember Perry made the second.
Yes.
There was not voted upon.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. All right, is that it? Right? Good? Okay. All right. All right,
you, Ms.
so
Chris.
please, I will ask, Councilwoman Hauser has to leave. So we will now be 4 council members plus mayor, 5 in this body. Okay.
Okay.
Perry, do you need some help? No. Okay. Just sit in the hall, don't take a break.
No, can we keep going because
He paused the tape.
I'm so hungry.
Item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is number 5, fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year budget amendment. This is a recommendation for mayor and council to approve an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
So, Mayor and council members, during a period of transition within our finance department, it is critically important that the city maintains strong financial oversight, continuity, and expert guidance. Part of my responsibilities as your city administrator is, to the best of my ability, to be anticipatory. I try as best I am able to be ahead of things and not behind them. I won't tell you I'm perfect in that regard, but it's part of what I do every day when I come into the office. Several months ago, I engaged Ms. Rachel Bembry as a financial consultant to support our financial operations and fiscal decision-making. Let me tell you a little bit about who she is. Ms. Bembry is a certified public accountant with extensive and specific experience in municipal finance, government accounting, audit compliance, internal controls, payroll oversight, and revenue management. She has served in key interim financial leadership roles for multiple Georgia local governments, including as interim finance director and chief financial officer, helping cities navigate transitions, strengthen operations, and maintain financial stability. Her work spans across cities such as Johns Creek, Douglasville, Warner Robins, and Winder. Importantly, Ms. Bembry is no stranger to Fairburn. She has provided financial consulting support to our city in the past and has been actively engaged with us over the last several months. Her expertise, professionalism, and familiarity with our operations has been invaluable in ensuring continuity and sound fiscal stewardship of the city of Fairburn. I will also tell you that she is a sought-after consultant, not only with cities, but when I attended last year's Georgia City and County Managers Association annual spring conference with city managers from all over the state. The person presenting the financial consulting session was Ms. Bembry, advising city managers from all over the state. So with that, I will pause and turn things over to Rachel Bembry.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Good evening, Mayor and council member. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to serve the city of Fairburn. I look forward to assisting you in facilitating through this process in my role here at the city of Fairburn. I have the pleasure this evening of presenting to you the fiscal year 26 mid-year proposed budget amendment. So if it pleases council, we'll go ahead and get started.
Yes.
It is important to note that the fiscal year budget is typically developed and adopted, 2 to 4 months prior to the start of the fiscal year. And right now, it's worth noting that we are, 10 to 12 months from where we are today that this budget was developed. Unfortunately, it's not possible to anticipate everything that will occur in a fiscal year during that budget development time. I'd also like to note that we are bringing the mid-year proposed budget amendment to you a little later than we would typically do in the fiscal year, but we wanted to ensure that the audit was presented prior to this budget amendment. This budget amendment is a customary process to address items that have occurred but were unanticipated, or where the activity has varied from the expectations that were set forth in the fiscal year budget. It's somewhat of a housekeeping task, if you will. With that said, and I have it's important to note I've made some mathematical adjustments to the schedules that you received in your agenda packet, and that is to remove that $14,239 that was slated for the mayor and council budget, specifically the education and training line item. So as those funds are going to be removed from the proposed budget amendment, I will review with you tonight, because instead of being funded, that $14,000 will be transferred from other line items within that budget. So I want to make sure that is the difference between the numbers that you have in your packet and the ones that I'll go over with you this evening. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget amendment to the general fund expenditures totals $943,011. The proposed amendment to the other funds totals $21,230,248 for a total proposed amendment of about $22 million. We will review each of the significant items that make up these budget amendments in each of the respective funds. So we'll start with the general fund, the city's chief operating fund. Primary adjustments to revenue that you'll see in your budget request schedule. We have motor vehicle tax. We are increasing by about $668,000. This is the ad valorem tax that is charged on the purchase of vehicles. We have also adjusted the insurance premium tax downward by about $191,000 to recognize that revenue was received below expectations. And municipal court fines is being adjusted upward by $95,000 due to revenues received anticipated or greater than our expectations in the original budget. Additionally, there are several line items that are smaller in value and are just, again, that housekeeping function of noting additional revenues that were received that were not previously included in the original budget. Another significant item worth noting I want to bring to your attention is the transfer from the hotel motel tax fund of $112,500. These are the revenues that come from the lodging tax that is received. If you will recall, you have increased the percentage of that to the 8% that you now collect. So we are seeing greater revenues than anticipated in that line, and a portion of those revenues gets transferred to the general fund for use in the general fund services purposes. So that is going to be $112,500. And finally, in your revenues amendment in the general fund, we have, previously it was $113,000. It is now going to be reflected as $99,193 in budget carry forward. So this is your use of reserves that will offset the expenditure appropriations we are about to review. Okay, so that's general fund revenue. We'll turn our attentions to your general fund expenditures, and we'll go through those department by department and address those items. So we can strike the amendment to travel and training in the mayor and council's budget and start with the technology services department. We are adjusting a total of $211,450. This value covers communications, other contract services, and computers and software, and recognizes additional appropriations for internet service communication providers, RICO bills, increased software and licensing needs, as well as $51,450 for BSNA's first invoice. The next department is risk management. This risk management adjustment of $250,000 recognizes 1/3 of the portion of the increased property and liability insurance. The entire total is $750,000 split between the general fund, the water and sewer fund, and the electric enterprise funds. It's also worth noting that this property and liability adjustment accounts for the change in the renewal period from a 12-month renewal period to a 17-month, and that is structured that way to coincide the renewal with the fiscal year. Okay. Moving to the communications department, we have appropriated an additional $120,000 here for events. And it's important to note that this $120,000 is wholly offset, wholly funded by the transfers from the hotel motel tax fund. So just as intended, your hotel motel tax revenue is generated to increase promotion and tourism in the area, and this is the utilization of those funds for that purpose in the general fund. Recreation program, that's a small housekeeping item to increase the expenditure in the same proportion that we increased the revenue for additional donations. And then our two large items here in the other financing uses category, we have a transfer to the education complex. And what that represents is the transfer that is spent from the general fund to the education complex fund to fund the operations of the education complex in addition to the debt service. And that's the majority of the expenditure that you see here supported by the general fund. The last item is a reduction in the transfer to the capital projects fund. This is in response to working with city staff to analyze capital project spending. And we were able to determine some projects that have been completed and closed with budgeted funds available. And so we were able to return those funds as that project is completed. We're able to return those funds to the general fund because they're no longer needed in the capital projects fund. And so reviewing those general fund expenditures, those total the adjustment of the $943,011. And then I'll pause here if there's any questions on the general fund or if we'd like to go ahead and move on to the other funds.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
I think for tree fund, it's $225,000.
Yes.
What is that attested to?
So we have received additional revenues in that fund that were not anticipated. So this is, again, one of those housekeeping examples where we've received the revenue, but we have no budget to account for that. So this is increasing those revenues.
Mr. Phillips, could you explain what the tree fund is? Mm-hmm.
So the tree fund is funded by developers who are doing projects within the city. So we estimate what we think those revenues will be, but it is not uncommon that as we go throughout the fiscal year, in this instance, we receive more revenue than we had initially estimated in the tree fund.
So we have an ordinance that when there's development, if there are any trees that are cut down, we ask them to return tree for tree. But if they are unable to do that because of the design, then they pay for those trees that they were not able to replace.
And that tree fund is solely restricted, as you probably can tell from the reference, only for replacing trees, strictly for landscaping and other related applications. And so that's the only purpose for that fund.
Okay.
Councilwoman Davis?
Well, my question is, how long has Ms. Brimbury been on as a finance director? Or I'm totally a consultant.
Yeah,
There's no formal
introduction.
introduction. There is, in fact, I don't even know where the previous finance director has gone. I mean, that has eluded me. So this has taken me by surprise. So can I get some understanding?
Excuse me, Mr. City Attorney, because of the issues, I thought, it's my understanding this was
we're having-
discussed in executive session last meeting,
Yes.
okay?
In terms of,
Was it?
in terms of the finance director, that's a personnel matter that should be discussed in executive session.
I understand that, and I think what we did, but I didn't know we had brought someone.
Well, I mean, we have to have the
So let me-
expertise, and
Let me be
No,
clear.
I'm not saying that we don't need it. I'm just saying.
So Ms. Brimbury is a
It's taken me
consultant.
by, totally by surprise.
No, let me see if I can offer some clarity. Ms. Brimbury is a consultant. We use consultants all the time.
Right,
So she's not the finance director.
Right, I understand that.
Okay, I just want to be
Well,
clear. I didn't know if I
The
stated
thing
that.
is, Mr. Phillips, look, it's a lot I don't understand. I don't know when she was brought on, or what have you. You know what I'm saying? How long has she been on? I don't know.
So we initially engaged
Let me
with Ms.
interject.
Brimbury in April.
City Attorney,
Let me interject. Answer the question. Let's not get into anything about the finance director. Answer the question, however,
So-
without getting into that.
We initially engaged Ms. Brimbury in April. And as I mentioned in my introduction, Ms. Brimbury has worked with the city previously as a consultant at other times of transition. And so we engaged with her in April. I am restricted on what I can share with you by the legal guidance of the city attorney. So I can stop there and I can't go any
Okay,
further.
and-
But Ms. Brimbury was engaged in April.
Okay. I didn't know that. I mean, I was going to suggest that we needed to do something like that, but I did not know a consultant was brought in April.
This is a unique circumstance, and I have to follow the guidance of the city attorney.
Okay.
So I've been restricted on what I can share.
I think she just wanted to know that we had a consultant.
Yeah.
Yes, and we've had a consultant since April. I was attempting to share in the introduction, understanding that a transition was likely. I anticipated that months ago. And that's when Ms. But because I'm not able to speak freely,
I just wanted to know when she was brought on, how long
April.
she's.
she's been with us since April, but
Okay.
has worked with the city as a consultant on multiple other occasions, including through our budget and several other instances. But most recently, she was engaged in April.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Welcome, Ms. Brimbury.
One quick question, are we just?
wait, just a moment, are you done? No, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I just needed to get that clarified, because I couldn't pay attention to anything else.
Okay.
All this was a surprise to me.
Okay, Councilwoman
I just want to
Nichols?
know which document are you reading from, Exhibit A or I'm trying to follow, but they're kind of similar, Exhibit A or the mid-year?
Sure.
It's the actual,
Exhibit A, slide 4, Exhibit A.
Exhibit A is the summary of
Exhibit
all
A,
funds.
the bottom where it's like,
At the top.
Mm-hmm.
When you see it,
right here, this one. Okay, just want to make, because I was looking at the other thing, okay.
Sure, it's this landscape page. And
Yes,
so
yes, I
the top
got
half
it.
is your general fund
Right.
revenues and expenditures, and that's what we've just gone over. And then the bottom half is where you'll see the other funds reflected. And this is in summary form. The other
Yeah.
sheet that you're talking about, the mid-year budget request.
I was looking at.
That's the detailed form that rolls up into this summary.
Okay. Thank you. I was just
pleasure.
making sure I'm following.
My pleasure.
Any more questions, Councilwoman Nichols?
No.
Okay. Any questions? Any other questions? No? Okay.
None yet.
All right. Madam Clerk, could you read the motion, please? I mean, oh, she's not finished. Okay, sorry.
There's some sizable amendments in your other funds. I think it's important to cover those.
Oh, yes,
so that you're
please.
aware.
Please.
I just wanted to pause, and I know it's a lot to digest. So I wanted to just to make sure if there were any questions at this stage that I could answer those before they slipped out. All right, so if we move on to your other funds, we're going to be looking at the fiscal year 26 proposed mid-year budget amendment, starting with the confiscated assets fund of $69,000. That amendment is to account for blue line revenues above anticipations. As a reminder, your blue line revenues are your school zone cameras and the revenues that come from that enforcement. And those are restricted in the confiscated asset funds because they are required to be used for law enforcement purposes. In the grants fund, again, some housekeeping line items. We have a small adjustment because our LMIG revenue was received at a different level than anticipated. We've also received funds from the opioid settlement and also the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. We've received some additional funds there. So this accounts for the revenue of those funds that weren't anticipated during budget development and also accounts for the restricted expenditure of those funds as well. We did discuss the tree bank fund of $225,500. So we'll move to the technology fee fund. The technology fee fund is a component of your municipal court revenues that gets set aside for technology. It's the technology fee that's included in those revenues, and those have a restricted purpose. Those revenues, if not spent from that technology fee, will accumulate in this restricted fund. And so there are from time to time the need to purchase equipment or software, and we will utilize reserves that have built up in that fund to do so. And that is what your $29,749 represents. The next line item with an adjustment is your hotel motel tax fund. I mentioned previously that we have received revenues over our original anticipated budget of $285,000 to add $215,000 for an updated forecasted revenue of $500,000. That is then split between your DMO and your general fund restricted and unrestricted portions. The next fund.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
The DMO is the Direct Marketing Organization, which we were required to do when we increased the hotel motel tax to 8%. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Correct. The Capital Projects Fund, again, this fund is completely supported by transfers from the general fund. And I had previously mentioned that there were certain programs that we were able to, certain projects we were able to determine were closed with available budget remaining. And so we have scaled those back and are reducing that transfer in from the general fund. So we're essentially replenishing the general fund for those unspent project money. You have two debt service funds here that we're amending. The first one is your 2011 GO bonds fund. You will see an $800,000 amendment there to account for anticipated construction costs. And in your 2024 series fund, we are recording the actual debt obligation here. So,
Excuse me. For the 2011 GO bond, what exactly is that? What are these,
Fire
they're on here, but they're.
The 2011 GO bond funded two primary projects, one the Duncan Park Pool and Splash Pad,
Okay.
and the second is Fire Station 23
Okay.
On Milam Road.
All right, thank you.
on Milam Road.
okay. The 2024 series bond fund is allocated at just over $10.8 million. This is for the public safety complex and associated principal, interest, and debt service costs that were associated with that debt issuance in fiscal year 26. The T-SPLOST fund is your capital projects fund, and we are appropriating we're appropriating for capital projects on the Oakley Boulevard Industrial Left Lane, as well as the Harris Road Full Depth Reclamation Project. And both of those projects have South Fulton CID monies that are going to contribute to those projects. The Education Complex Fund, we identified a project that is no longer going to be anticipated for fiscal year 26 and beyond due to some logistics on the project and this budget. So we have pulled back $500,000 for the parking lot project, and those monies will go back into the general fund as not being needed in the Education Complex Fund. So we'll reduce that transfer by the $500,000.
So, the stormwater and the water and sewer bonds, those came in on target? For the 935 and the 935,000 and 332,860, both of those came in as budgeted? No amendments needed there, to either one of those?
If we have not included in this amendment, it has not appeared based on forecasted activity for fiscal year 26 that we will need an amendment.
To either one of them?
To either one at this time, that's correct.
And
We will likely be coming before council with an end-of-year amendment, as is customary at the end of the fiscal year after all audit entries have been approved, and there may be an adjustment that's warranted at that time. But at this time, no, we have no recommended adjustment there.
Remember, this budget goes through September 30th.
Roger. But we skipped over electric, which was an increase of 239.
Yep, that's where we're going next, is water and sewer and electric, and the DDA are the three I have left
I
for
thought you
you.
said education, but, okay.
She did.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize.
I
Yes,
thought
sir.
you skipped down a couple
Yes,
of
sir. I
them. Okay.
apologize. I jumped around on you a little bit. Forgive me. In regard, going down to the electric, let's see, to the water and sewer fund next. The $597,362, that is going to represent the 1/3 of your property and liability insurance we discussed earlier, that was the 750 split 3 ways. So it accounts for that $250,000. And it also includes several other line items where the budget, there were expenditures that were applicable to fiscal year 25, should have been accrued back to fiscal year 25, but were not. And since they were not accrued back and not considered in the fiscal year 26 original budget, they must be budgeted for via this amendment. It's worth noting that these adjustments are funded by a budget carry forward or a use of reserves. And what that means is, had they been a fiscal year 25 expense, those reserves would have been used in fiscal year 25 and not rolled into fund balance or net position in this case, so they wouldn't be available for this budget carry forward. So it is unfortunate, but it is somewhat of a wash, because we are using the budgeted carryover to fund what would have been a fiscal year 25 expenditure.
What was the expenditures that we passed over, that we're gonna pay for in 26, that was in 25? What was it?
There were several. The two largest ones are Fulton County sewage and water purchases from the city of Atlanta.
So we purchased our sewer capacity from Fulton County, and that is always projected, because as the city grows, more developments come online. That is a projected amount. And the same thing applies, you heard a lot about water earlier today in the work session, but the same thing applies to our water usage, which is provided by City of Atlanta.
Okay, I just wanted to know exactly what it was for. Okay, thanks.
All right, and then our electric fund is going to be the same situation. We are using those reserves to account for some fiscal year 25 accruals that were not made. But the largest, most significant item in that electric fund amendment is the $250,000 for that third of their property and liability insurance. And then finally, you have the DDA fund. That is $7.5 million that is appropriated for, this is the debt obligation that is appropriated for the acquisition of those property of just over $7.2 million, as well as issuance costs related to the debt issuance of $246,000.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So for the 10.8 million related to the Go Bond Series 2024 fund, is that for the public safety complex, but is that a new expenditure, or are we just recognizing the bond proceeds?
This is recognizing the bond
Okay.
activity, and yes, it is the public safety complex.
Got it. And for the DDA property, can you, 5 billion, can you just elaborate
That
on
was pursuant to the IGA approved by council last fall that established a $7.5 million bond issuance by the city to support the DA's acquisition and downtown revitalization project. We've purchased 2 properties thus far.
Okay, and just, so the biggest things in this whole change is really those 2 items, right? Just wanted,
Yes, ma'am.
right, okay.
So if I may, in total, the amendment in total is for $22,173,259, giving you a citywide fiscal year 26 amended budget of $106,191,299.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you read the motion, please?
The motion is to request mayor and council approval of an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to approve?
And again, just a motion. Yes, so moved.
Second? To bring it to the floor?
Bring it to the floor.
Floor.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All right, discussion?
Lots.
Yes, Councilwoman Benson?
I'll go on ahead and state on the record, I am so confused, it's not even funny. Just putting it out there. I understand the point and purpose. I do not understand the procedure in this, and I'll just leave it at that.
Ms. Montgomery, could you just talk about, okay, so, wait, maybe start with Mrs. Phillips, actually. Just talk a little bit about our budget part. Unfortunately, they have not gone through our process of budgeting.
Absolutely.
But we establish a budget for fiscal year 24-25. The budget is based on projections. Things happen during the course of the year. More monies come in than anticipated, or increase in expenses that were not anticipated. Because we are required as an entity to allocate our budget per line item, if there are changes in those line items, we have to then adjust the budget. That's what the budget amendment is an adjustment to account for increased revenues that we didn't anticipate, increased expenses that we didn't anticipate. Mr. Phillips?
In my 25 years of experience at the county and city level, every municipal organization I've ever known does mid-year budget amendments. It's just a standard part of budgeting. It is essentially, without repeating everything the mayor just said, because budgets are always predicated on certain projections and assumptions that have to be made in order for us to pass a fiscal year budget as state law requires. Throughout the year, as Ms. Brimby was explaining when she started, some of those assumptions and projections are adjusted throughout the year, both on the revenue and the expense side. And when that happens, the mid-year budget is the vehicle we use to true up the budget based on the realities of what we know at this point in the fiscal year versus the assumptions and projections that we predicated the budget approval on back last September. And so this is not unique to Fairburn.
Right.
Every local government does this. And so this is a standard part of the process so that our numbers are adjusted based on what we know as we started with certain projections. I'll take hotel motel tax as an instance. We have more revenue in hotel motel tax than we projected because we went from 3% to 8%. We anticipated that increase, but it even exceeded what was anticipated. So you see that reflected in the mid-year budget amendment. That happens on the expense side as well, where there are instances where something is projected at one cost and midway through the year-to-date budgeting informs us that that needs to be adjusted. And so I don't know if that provides any more clarity, but that's essentially what this mid-year budget process is in local government. It's to account for those projections and the year-to-date numbers that we see halfway through the year.
And can I just add, I think this will help you, Councilwoman Benson, too. So when you look at the total, they're giving us 3 columns. So what was approved, which was the 84,000, which was our total, right? And then what you should pay attention to, well, what I normally do is look at the biggest changes. So we know we approved the public safety complex and we approved the DDA. Right, so that is gonna pretty much increase us to about 22, which is now we're at 106. So we're realizing the things we already approved, they just have to put it on the budget amendment.
All of that, and I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear. I understand all of that.
Okay.
Where I am lost is the process for reporting it now. I understand that there is a mid-year,
Because you have to
I guess,
recognize it when it comes
reconciliation.
in. So that's why we have to do it now.
Yeah, so,
and that I get.
Can I give some,
yeah,
So
this
quick-
is the method for, this is the process.
Right, this,
No,
let me say this, and I don't know that you're worried about this, but budget amendments are absolutely contemplated by municipal budgeting laws. And, you know, this is the process. You have to make a decision to amend once you get the information. Again, I'm not gonna get into these financial numbers, that's not my job. But this is absolutely a process that is legally anticipated in municipal government. And so you have to, you ask all the questions that you need to ask. And then, but this is an appropriate process for budgeting purposes. It happens all the time in municipal governments across the United States.
So our
Very
all
familiar.
expenditures budget across the city is slightly north of 84 million. And throughout the course, day to day, week to week, month to month, there are any number of fluctuations in that budget based on what was approved, what's come in, what's anticipated. The mid-year budget amendment is when we come and go, okay, now that we've seen where we are, this is our opportunity to come back to council and I call it chewing up the budget, but show council, here's what was anticipated, here's what's actually happened, and now we use the mid-year budget amendment to bring that before
Reconcile
council.
it.
I don't know if that clears it up any, but
This is the transparency
yeah.
that this is a transparent process. It's not perfect. Like, it adjusts as the year progresses. So they're presenting this to you in that, in that vein.
And Councilwoman Benson, if I can add just a tad bit of clarity. The mid-year budget amendment always typically comes after the audit is presented. Once council reviews the audit and it's finalized, there's work that has to be done, and Ms. Benry can speak to it, where I think when Malden and Jenkins presented, Mr. Carroll, he told you that they found a number of invoices that were misallocated to 26 that had to be accrued back to 25. Once they finished the audit and presented to council, Ms. Benry worked closely with our staff accountant, so those journal entries were accrued in hindsight, essentially put in a credit in the FY '26 budget. So
Can
we
you,
had,
the term accrued.
go ahead.
Sure. So in governmental accounting, you match the expenditure to when it was incurred. So, for example, JAT's invoice. I'm providing services to you now in the month of June. You will receive that invoice in July once the month closes. The proper accounting or accruing it back is recording that expenditure in June, not July when the invoice is received and the payment is made, but accruing it back into June because that's when the expenditure was incurred.
Right. So it's capturing, I mean, it becomes a liability, really. And we're trying to capture, making sure we know every bill that we owe, regardless of when we pay it. But we need to know that we have this amount that we're going to owe on a bill, any bill. Okay. Councilwoman Nichols, anything else you want to add to that?
No, I'm good.
Any additional questions? Okay. All right, so you've been presented and mid-year budget amendment to reflect the various adjustments in revenues and expenses in the various categories. And that amount again, Ms. Bunbury, was the total amount?
The total amendment is $22,173,259.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, could you read the motion again, please?
The recommendation is to request mayor and council approval of an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Okay. Is there approval for the motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Burnley. Next item, please.
And next item is number 6, resolution to approve the submission of a Federal Railroad Administration FRA grant application. The recommendation is to request mayor and council to approve a resolution to authorize the city of Fairburn to submit a fiscal year 25-26 Federal Railroad Administration FRA Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program grant application to approve the associated local match of $1,061,200.
She is tired.
I'm sorry, this is not my phone ringing.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm before you on behalf of Mr. Lester Thompson, so I hope I know him well. This resolution is before you to submit. As you know, we've had a number of residents complain about the sound of the horns when the trains are crossing our intersections. And so the request for this grant is for the design that will go to CSX for approval, along with the construction of the silent crossings. The proposed quiet zone locations will be the city's roads that intersect with CSX tracks, which are at Jonesboro Road, which is right here, 130 and 29, Broad Street, Sonoya Road, and Roberts Drive. The proposed project will improve safety and mobility at 4 railroad crossings in downtown Fairburn through the planning, design, construction, and 4 quadrant gates. The time frame for design completion is approximately 24 months, and we anticipate construction to take about 12 months. And so the total project projected cost is $5,306,000. The grant will fund 80%, which equates to $4,244,800, and then the remaining 20% match of $1,061,200 will come from T-SPOST. And so with that, I will accept any questions.
All right, bring the item to the floor, please. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Perry?
So, Ms. Chris, this will bring a noise-free, horn-free, downtown corridor, down 29 for our residents that they've been asking for.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, my question is for those residences that are nearby and that they can hear the horn for miles, is this night or only day, or is this inclusive of 24 hours?
I will have to defer to Mr. Thompson, but I believe in our conversations and being on the call, it's inclusive of, it's a quiet zone. So I believe it's 24 hours, but I'll defer to him. I'll follow up with you.
I think this is a great step because I've heard many residents have complained about it, even though we do understand the importance of rail. It moves most of the things here in this country, but I think this is a big win for our residents.
And we do have the support from CSX. We just have to do the design for their approval, and so we're very hopeful to get this grant.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you for that, and I have like two questions, but I'm really, you can tell staff, let them know, like, opportunities like this, I'm so supportive of because, like, we are utilizing grant opportunities, federal opportunities to help us do large-scale projects. So this is a very, very strong opportunity for us and meeting the citizens where they're at of, like, we don't want this noise, so I'm loving the quiet zone and all of the work behind it, so please let staff know, like, continue to find opportunities like this. Can you just clarify, and I'm not sure if you have the answer, so the 1.06 million match, is that all T-Splosh? Because it says admin too, like, do we know which portion?
So it's all T-Splosh.
Okay.
Within a T-Splosh budget, there is an administration management category, but it's strictly T-Splosh funds.
Okay, and then if this project somehow exceeds the 5.3 million, are we responsible for that, or is CSX responsible for
So
additional funds?
it would depend. The grant, it's an 80-20 split. So
Okay.
whether or not they increase their amount to make up the 80% and we increase ours to make up the 20, there could be an increase, but it's shared between the two.
Okay, so whatever the total is, we'll still have that 80-20?
Yes, and as you know, construction costs rise, but right now, based on the details we have, this is the estimated cost for design and construction.
Okay, and then so do we know the timeline of the grant award?
So the
Projection of-
application was actually due June 8th.
Yeah.
They were gracious enough to allow us to submit with the expectation that if we brought this before council, our council will hopefully graciously approve it. And so I can follow up. We work closely with our grant consultant, iParametrics, on providing a strong application. And so I will follow up with them first thing in the morning to see when we anticipate to hear an award back.
And then once we hear the award, we would start the work, and that would be the 24 months of design, then 12 months of...
Yes, and I'll follow up with Mr. Thompson. I'm not sure. He may have to bid this project out just for the design portion of it, but I'll follow up with him. But yes, we would kind of start the clock on the 24 months for design, and then after that, he would have to bid it out for construction for the 12 months of anticipated construction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is another example of working with our federal partners. We developed a list of, I say about 10 projects that we were wanting to go after federal dollars for. And we had meetings with Senators Warnock and Ossoff, as well as with Congresswoman Macbeth, to say, we were seeking federal support of these types of grants, projects, I should say. And so it's those types of conversations and having it with their staff, both here, locally in the state, as well as back in Washington, because that's two different sets of staff, and they have their pulse on different things. And of course, if you're going after federal money, you want to be as close to Washington or in Washington as possible. So we're very, very excited about this one because this is not easy. A quiet zone, that is, we've been talking about this for years, so, but again, so.
Great job.
Yeah.
And may I,
Lester's on vacation, Mr. Thompson's on vacation.
it's on vacation.
Yes, I know, can you believe it?
A well-deserved vacation.
Yeah.
I will add, I believe that when mayor and council went on the tour, I believe it was the city of Duluth, they talked about how they what the process they had to go through to get their quiet zones. And so essentially, this will do the same thing here in the city of Fairburn.
Okay, any other questions? All right, vote. Yeah, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposition? That motion carries. Next item.
Yes, the next item is number 7, the resolution to approve the submission of a Federal Transit Administration FTA pilot program transit-oriented development TOD planning program grant application. This is a recommendation for mayor and council to approve a resolution to authorize the city of Fairburn to submit a fiscal year 2026 Federal Transit Administration FTA pilot program transit-oriented development TOD planning program funding grant application for $600,000 and to approve the associated local match of $150,000.
Okay, so the city is seeking this grant to advance the city's connectivity and gateway livable centers initiative, our LCI plan, in the downtown overlay district at the proposed educational campus mixed-use development. And if you've looked at our LCI plan, where our campus currently sits, the parking lot adjacent to the campus, there is a conceptual design to do a mixed-use development there. However, in speaking with GDOT, they are in support of a potential roundabout at the intersection, similar to what you would see if you go down Highway 29. I believe it's near Washington Road within South Fulton. They just put a roundabout in. And so this grant application is seeking funding for the traffic circle design within that area. The total project cost is $750,000. The grant amount is 80%, which equates to $600,000, and then the city is responsible for a 20% match of $150,000, which will also come from T-SPLOST funds. And this is just for the design of the potential roundabout at that location.
All right, please read the motion.
The motion is a recommendation for mayor and council to approve a resolution to authorize the city of Fairburn to submit a fiscal year 2026 Federal Transit Administration pilot program transit-oriented development planning program funding grant application for $600,000 and to approve the associated local match of $150,000.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, that motion carries. Next item.
The next item is going to be the city administrator's monthly report.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. As part of the city administrator's report this evening, it is a regular occurrence, as you're probably aware, that the mayor and I consult and talk about various cities' issues. And one of the more thoughtful conversations I've had with Mayor Portis Jones was about Fairburn property tax collections and how we could create a practical solution that hopefully balances accountability with some opportunity. Fairburn, like many cities, has outstanding property taxes from prior years where property owners have not paid their taxes. It's a common occurrence in municipal government. State law requires or allows cities to go back 7 years to collect property taxes that were not paid. Currently, the city has approximately $723,858 in unpaid property taxes over that 7-year span. So again, these are property tax bills that, for whatever reason, were not paid, right? That revenue impacts the city's ability to fund essential services. That's how we fund police, fire, parks and recreation. This is a regular occurrence, like I said, in most cities. I think in years past, prior to my time here, the city has made efforts to collect on some of those. That predates my time here. But currently, that amount is what is outstanding from unpaid property taxes. So to determine how we could collect that money, we've come up with a solution that we're referring to as a tax resolution program. This program will provide property owners an opportunity from July through September of this year to resolve those balances before they advance to the next stage of collections. And as an incentive to do so, we will offer all of those delinquent property taxes a 20% savings.
Residential only.
Residential only. Thank you for that clarification. All of our residential property taxes who have not paid their taxes can get a 20% savings if they pay their balances within that window. The intent is to create an opportunity for property owners to get current and be able to move forward. This is not solely about collections, it's about giving people a pathway. We understand life happens, circumstances change, and before collection escalates, we want to provide a fair and transparent opportunity for these delinquent property taxes to be collected. This strengthens the city's fiscal stewardship, that's just money that funds our essential services, and offers property owners who are delinquent some relief and ability to pay those delinquent taxes with a discount. So that is the opportunity that we are looking to move forward. If we recover, as an example, half of those outstanding balances, that would be more than $350,000 reinvested into the services our citizens depend on a daily basis. And so we needed a process to try to collect these outstanding property taxes that are legally owed to the city. And we wanted to provide these residential property owners an opportunity to do so with a 20% discount. This goes back, as I said, from 2024 to 2019. And so these have been out there for some time now, but we need to be able to collect on those to continue to fund all of the services that our general fund property taxes are intended to collect.
If I may, add to that. So state law allows us to go back 7 years, which would take us through 2025. But because 25 is kind of the, people are still paying on their taxes for that, 25 is not part of this program. We will roll that in the next time we do this. So it's for 6 years, 2019 to 2024. And again, we have residential, we have commercial, we have public utility, we have personal property taxes unpaid. And so we're instituting this program for collection of those outstanding debts, and we will learn from this process and make plans to implement this annually. You know, because property taxes are that's the revenue source that we fund fire, police, general services for the city. We all pay our property taxes, and everybody is required to do so. And so we're going to want to start collecting. Again, residential only for the 20% discount from July to September 30th, and it's for years 2019 to 2024 for that 723,000. What was the number again, Mr. Phillips?
The number is $723,858.
Okay. And I have copies of the flyer for you as well.
Thank you.
Yes, there's a question, Mr. Phillips.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you want to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilwoman Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. What percentage of this delinquent amount in reference to the property taxes that we collect?
Let me make sure I understand your question.
What percentage of the,
So what's our collection rate? Is that what?
well, okay, no, I wanted to know all the property taxes that we collect, what percentage of this delinquency is
So,
part of that? What percentage of that?
so we typically, year over year, average above 90% collection on our property taxes. That amount I just shared with you is over 7 years.
Okay,
Six.
yeah.
Six.
So that's from
6 years, okay.
6 years,
okay.
2019
Yeah.
to 2024. So on average, we collect above 90% of taxes, but over, even at 90% collection, there's still a significant amount remaining, that other 10%.
I've seen 99% that we've collected. It seems
It's
like we
north,
do a
I didn't want to
great
be
job.
specific until I could go
Yeah.
look at the numbers.
Right,
But we
yeah, we do a
collect
great
a
job.
significant portion.
Yeah.
And so this is just those outstanding property taxes that have not been paid above that 90% collection rate.
Do you know which percentage is residential versus business?
Yes.
This-
So personal, of that amount that I just gave you,
Yeah.
personal property unpaid is $345,562.86. Residential property unpaid is $235,512.96. Commercial is $120,970.11, and there's a small amount in industrial property unpaid, $8,468.41, $799 in agricultural property unpaid, and about $12,544.99 in public utility unpaid, and that comprises a total of $723,858.69.
And I want to say, this is important because, I mean, 1 year, the number may be small, but now we're talking 6 years, and then, and the older the money is, the more difficult it is going to be to collect it in the first place, right? So state law only allows us to go back 7, but believe you me, there's outstanding unpaid taxes that go back even further. Okay, so we want to change the, we're talking process? Yeah, change the process, change the culture, and we want to be current in our collections, right? So every year, we're all required to pay our property taxes, and then, you know, once that deadline has been in, we will establish a window for the unpaid property taxes in the current year. And that's the goal of this program in the future, yes. Okay,
Y'all know,
yeah, Councilman Perry? Mhm.
so like for seniors and folks that's on fixed, limited incomes,
So that's why we offer the 20% discount for residential property owners.
We don't know who they are.
Don't know who they are.
So let's not make any assumptions.
Right.
Okay, we don't know who
We're
they
not sure who
are.
that 20% is. But in all transparency, those who paid their property taxes on time didn't get a 20% discount. And so these delinquent property owners are actually getting a benefit that those who paid their property taxes on time
I might need to
did
go
not
delinquent.
get.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's right. So what's the incentive to
So,
pay?
I hear your question, but
This is for the
I shouldn't have phrased it that way, Ms. Nichols.
hey, stop down.
But it's an effort to allow, life happens,
Yeah.
Yes.
challenges can happen. So we didn't just want to, you know, we wanted to provide an opportunity for those who earnestly want to try to get this resolved, you know, and some incentive to do so. Now, that's only for residential property owners. Everybody else pays full freight,
Yeah.
and you got to do that. But we thought that was a thoughtful way of doing that.
But in reference to our seniors, though, I think we do, we have a, you know, we give them extra months.
We
That's
do.
all right.
Payment plans.
Payment
and
plans for them.
There we go.
Their homeowners,
That's why
Frozen.
2025 is not in there,
their
because people, they are still paying on
They're
those.
still
senior
paying on it.
exemptions that
Right, so
apply
we
solely to
give them
seniors.
grace,
I
some
think we've
grace.
increased that twice, Councilwoman Davis. the
What was that?
Senior exemption.
Oh, yeah,
We've increased
it's
that
up to
twice, and so
30,000 now.
That's,
It's
you know,
yeah,
always in place to
Yeah.
create some opportunities for those who are seniors.
absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, if I could add something, in the interpleader work that we do for the Fairburn, for the city of Fairburn, we run across, and we're able to collect outstanding taxes that way, but when they're beyond 7 years, there's nothing we can do. And so, one of the thoughts is, if you want 100% tax collection rate, you know, and this is, some local governments, they sell their taxes. When folk go after a certain point, they sell the taxes, and that way you get all your money, and then they got to deal with the entity that purchased the taxes. That's a sure way to increase your revenue, but that's a policy decision by y'all. But you
Well-
absolutely could do it.
That's already in place. Yes.
Good to know.
So a couple of other highlights. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Councilwoman
Just
Benson?
one, I'm assuming that those who have not paid know that they haven't paid.
Oh,
There isn't,
absolutely.
you know, we aren't sitting in something where
Oh, no,
someone inherited
yeah.
it or.
We don't, see, that's it, we just don't know, okay? This is a project, and it's an effort that we are undertaking to reach out to the names and the addresses and the emails and all of that we have on file.
Okay.
Okay, and this will be a campaign, that's why you have a flyer. Okay, this will be posted publicly. So the flyer will be out there, but then we will also be making contact. Yes, absolutely.
With respect to your question, Councilwoman Benson, we will do everything the mayor just said and reach out to these property owners. But yes, they've received prior notifications of the property tax owed. This would not be the first time someone from 20 21 is finding out that they owe property tax. You know, so typically, all of the standard communications that come with your property tax bill have gone out over those years, and for whatever reason, they just did not respond. But we will yet again reach out, provide this opportunity to try to resolve that.
Understood. Thank you.
This is a great program. I call it being creative.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. A couple of other
Wait, Nichols, did you have your, okay.
A couple of other highlights from the report that hopefully you've had a chance to review. We've had a great month in the month of May of 2026, highlighted by the Public Safety Complex. The groundbreaking that all of you attended. It's a transformational investment that will serve Fairburn's public safety needs for generations to come. In the economic development and downtown revitalization, we're continuing to advance our downtown revitalization strategy through targeted property acquisition, redevelopment planning, and implementation of our LCI projects. We're looking forward to that moving forward as well. The Planning and Zoning Department, Ms. Denise Brookins, received national recognition from the American Planning Association's Planning Magazine for Fairburn's innovative public engagement strategies utilized during our comprehensive plan process. That was wonderful. Kudos to Ms. Brookins. But her and her team did an amazing job. Great article. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. Additionally, the Code Enforcement Division is doing some really innovative work. The Love Thy Neighbor Community Tool Bank represents a creative approach to neighborhood empowerment, beautification, and civic engagement by providing residents with access to tools and resources that strengthen community pride. This helps people maintain their properties who may be having some difficulty doing that. It's a really creative, innovative way to try to keep our communities looking the way we want Fairburn to look. The fire department successfully completed its ISO assessment. We're awaiting feedback from that. It's an important benchmark that evaluates the city's fire protection capabilities and operational readiness. As you know, we are quite proud of the fact that we have an ISO 1 rated fire department. I can tell you in my conversations with Chief Robinson, he feels strongly that the assessment went well. So we're looking forward to hearing back from ISO soon on that assessment. Parks and Recreation has opened the Duncan Park Pool and Splash Pad as of Memorial Day weekend. They're also fully into their senior programming for the summer, as well as youth athletics and implementation of facility improvements throughout the park system. Finance reported continued growth in business licensing and utility services. General Services completed 176 work orders citywide. The Power Department completed 124 work orders while advancing critical infrastructure projects, and the water, sewer, and stormwater personnel completed over 1,500 combined service and meter-related work orders. And so those are a few highlights from the month of May. As always, we remain focused on execution, innovation, and long-term community impact. We appreciate the leadership of Mayor and Council, the support and partnership as we work together to ensure that Fairburn remains situated to succeed.
Awesome.
Great, you have heard the report from the city administrator. Are there any additional questions? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
The next item is going to be council comments.
All right, we'll start with Councilwoman Nichols.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as we close tonight, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our incredible staff, the communications team, police department, fire department, everyone who played a role in our Juneteenth event. I had so much fun. It was a success. It was a wonderful kickoff to our summer concert series, and truly a great example of what makes Fairburn special. And I also want to acknowledge that several of us will be attending the Georgia Municipal Association Conference this week in Savannah, Georgia. I'm looking forward to that opportunity to continue to learn and grow as a leader, and also just bring back ideas and best practices that will continue to move Fairburn forward. So it's always an honor to represent Fairburn, and I hope I continue to make you all proud, and I'm just thankful that we continue to do this great work together as a council. Thank you.
Councilwoman Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a shout out to Landmark Christian School. We honored Melanie Doggett. She has a lifetime best of 22.48 in the 200 meter. She set a new high school freshman record.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So kudos to Landmark and to Melanie Doggett. She is a rising star in the track field.
All right, okay. Councilwoman Benson?
I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Major shout out for the Juneteenth celebration. That was something that was talked about a great deal in my household afterwards. As most of you know, I have ADHD kiddos, and they thoroughly, even with the noise and everything else, could appreciate it. And for them to give it high remarks, that ought to tell you guys something. So thank you for the work, for the support, and for making not just a wonderful event, but a safe event for us to be able to truly celebrate. So thank you.
So I won't touch on that phenomenal concert. I just wish that if God allows me to see age 71, that I still have that much energy and that much talent. Just keep praying for me. Hey, so I want to say, since our last meeting, the Renaissance Festival, that the events ended. Thanks to the police and fire for continuing to keep that a safe event, monitoring the traffic as they come into and out of our community. So thank you there. And that's what we know and see. I know there was a big fire here a couple of days ago where fire was able to get a family out of there. I just can't thank police and fire enough for helping keeping our city safe. I want to also touch on Ms. Doggett. Listen, for those of you who do not know, she is a freshman student at Landmark. She's a two-time state champion in the 100 meters and the 200 meters. On yesterday, she was out in Eugene, Oregon, at the Nike Nationals out there. She didn't just win; she crushed them.
Yeah, she.
By half a second.
Yeah.
If you don't know how far distance a half a second is on the track,
Yeah.
it's a long way.
Uh-huh.
She set
Yep.
age 15 world record.
Oh, Jesus.
She's
She
bad.
absolutely has to be commended, and congratulations to
Yes.
her family. And the last thing I want to say is, I think it was energy rebates. So we know we got a rise in utility costs. Everyone, please take an opportunity to contact that program.
Absolutely.
See if you and your family and your properties are eligible for that, so that, if this is grant money and you're eligible to get your homes new HVACs or refrigerators or stoves, take the opportunity because, right now a lot of people are hurting, and this is an opportunity to help you with new appliances and also to potentially bring your utility bills down. So that's all I have, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to my colleagues for the engagement relative to my request for the additional funds. I really appreciate the concerns that you expressed, and please note that has been taken, has been internalized, and we will come back to you with additional process regarding that. And, one of the things that I forgot to even include is that I've just been nominated to the board of GMA. Yes. Okay, so, thank you, thank you.
What's GMA? What is GMA?
Georgia Municipal Association. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Thank you, Mayor.
But I want to say, I want to encourage all of you to, because both Councilwoman Davis and I, really got engaged in the various organizations that could bring benefit to our city. We can't do it all. There's enough to go around. And so as I focus on this mayoralship, I need you guys to step in with GMA and National League of Cities. So please do that. And I take back my time, okay? And then, yes, Ms. Doggett, she didn't even realize that she had broken the record. And so that was an awesome, just awesome accomplishment on her part. And Ms. Howell, I will send you a video of that race so that we can post that on our website. And then lastly, yes, the concert series, Ms. Howell, communication team, thank you so much for, I mean, there were wall-to-wall people that were there. I mean, everybody just had such a good time with it. And then I want to do a special shout out to my assistant, Ms. Ferguson, whose suggestion it was that I provide a proclamation to Ms. Wimbush, who was the headliner for the concert. And not only did she perform, but this was Juneteenth, and she was saying Juneteenth is our Freedom Day, you know, and that there's a lot more work that we've got to do. Let's enjoy this concert, but we've got more work to do. And I thought the proclamation was just so appropriate, and she really loved it and appreciated it. And it was presented on behalf of myself, as well as by name, the 6 members of council, okay? And the residents of Fairburn. So I think that was appropriate to do, so thank you, Ms. Ferguson, for that. I really appreciate that. And so setting a new standard. With that, we do have an executive session. So, yes, may I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So move.
Okay.
Mayor, that is to discuss litigation.
Yes, executive session to discuss litigation.
Second.
Second, yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, you may be excused. Mhm. Favor? Aye. This meeting is adjourned.